Dictators learn from each other all the time, how to deal with opponents, how you rise to power.
Mussolini absolutely wrote the blueprint to destroy a democracy.
Create fear.
Control the media.
Seize power and maintain control.
Use violence and force, tyranny and hatred.
Nobody can be disloyal and survive.
We will not let Americans be put at risk by a dictator down there.
There's no country that exercises more power over its citizens than North Korea.
After hundreds of years of feudal rule and brutal Japanese occupation,
Kim Il-sung saw himself as the great unifier.
He was able to create a complete religion.
For the North Koreans, Kim Il-sung was a living god.
controlling what they think, what they eat.
It has lasted now for almost 70 years.
We had never seen anything like that in the communist world.
In North Korea, a nation is in mourning. Their dictator for the past 48 years, Kim Il-sung, is dead.
For the North Koreans, Kim Il-sung was a living god. And these people were being told that God was dead.
They were shocked. Because they had been raised to think of him as a god, they didn't know that he was even mortal.
But the myth of Kim's divinity concealed a darker truth. Behind the facade was a brutal ruler whose regime imprisoned, killed, and tortured hundreds of thousands.
Kim Il-sung created an atmosphere of fear and paranoia. And everybody knew that they needed to get in line.
자신을 키우면서 날씨 어느 순간인가 나의 자손을 하면서 나가서 꼭 말 조심해라. 말 한마디 잘못했다면 우리 다 죽어.
He needed to have absolute control over the people. That means controlling what they think, where they work, what they eat.
There's no country in the world that exercises more control and power over its citizens than North Korea.
Ironically, the man who turned his country into a kind of prison spent much of his youth fighting for Korean independence. How did a man who risked his life for the freedom of his people become their oppressor and build one of the most controlled societies on Earth?
Dictatorships have had an incredible impact in the past century.
These dictators ended up learning from one another.
They're all different, but many use the same tactics.
The use of terror,
propaganda,
Control the elite, create an enemy,
cult of personality.
use violence. These are tools that dictators use to stay in power.
The dictatorship Kim Il-sung created in North Korea still survives, nearly 25 years after his death.
Kim created this system with himself at the apex of power that has lasted now for almost 70 years. It's been led by the same family, now onto the third generation. And that's really an extraordinary record.
Today's North Korea, ruled by Kim Jong-un, remains a tightly controlled totalitarian state.
If you study Kim Jong-un's ideology, his strategy, his policy, it is very similar to that of his grandfather Kim Il-sung, but with a more modern bent. This is really one of the most isolated, most strictly regulated societies in the world.
The seeds of this extreme dictatorship were sown more than 100 years ago, in a time of turmoil for Korea. In 1910, the country was annexed by Japan. Japan's growing empire wanted Korea as an access point to strike at its rivals, China and Russia. For Koreans, decades of suffering were about to begin.
The Japanese really put in an ethnic cleansing program. They changed the names of Korean citizens, and they basically tried to eradicate the Korean language.
Those who resisted were tortured and executed. This is the world Kim Il-sung is born into in 1912, 2 years after the occupation began. In a village just outside the Korean city of Pyongyang, his parents name him Kim Song-ju.
This is a kid who was named Song-ju, which means pillar of the country. And so he was expected by his parents to do something amazing.
Kim's mother and father introduced him to Christianity as a young boy.
Pyongyang was the center of Christianity in Korea. It was known as the Jerusalem of the East.
Kim learns the organ and plays it in his parents' church. But just before his 7th birthday, his innocence is shattered. When his father is arrested for protesting against the Japanese occupation.
His father was arrested during the 1919 independence demonstrations against the Japanese.
Kim's father is involved in the local resistance movement against Japanese oppression. He and other protesters are jailed and treated unmercifully.
Kim was taken to see his father in prison. And that image of his father, beaten, bruised, tortured, completely emaciated, was seared into his memory.
Watching his father suffer instills in Kim a hatred of the Japanese. At 19, he commits his life to his parents' cause. He joins a communist guerrilla group, battling the Japanese army in the mountains near the Korean-Chinese border.
It's a very mountainous area, extremely hot in the summer, and bone-chilling cold in the winter, down to 40 degrees below zero. Absolute worst circumstances.
Kim's success in raids against Japanese strongholds establishes his reputation as a heroic freedom fighter.
He was a tall man for a Korean, over 6 feet tall, strong, smart, elusive, a really remarkable guerrilla.
By 24, Kim has risen through the ranks, leading hundreds of men in crippling raids on Japanese positions. As his fame grows, he becomes an almost legendary figure. By the late 1930s, Kim Il-sung is the most wanted guerrilla leader fighting the Japanese. They send divisions of men into the mountains to hunt him down.
In 1938 and 39, the Japanese threw tens of thousands of soldiers against Kim Il-sung and other guerrillas. These were pitched battles on a major scale.
The Japanese kill thousands of guerrillas, but not Kim. His fellow revolutionaries give him the name Kim Il-sung, meaning become the sun.
And that's the name that stuck. Without being a guerrilla, there's no Kim Il-sung. You got press in the southern part of Korea, Europe, China, Russia. I mean, it was all over the place.
In the decades to come, Kim's legend as a freedom fighter will give rise to a defining feature of his dictatorship.
The cult of personality is the idea that the leader possesses superhuman qualities, that the leader is a savior to the nation. Dictators build personality cults because it enables them to mesmerize the public, to ensure that the public adores them. Kim Il-sung was able to do it on a level that we've never seen before.
In time, Kim's days as a guerrilla leader will provide the cornerstone of the cult of personality built around him.
That was an enormous element of his prestige and legitimacy when he started out. And it remains the core legitimacy of the regime.
But in the spring of 1941, Kim's dictatorship is a long way off. The guerrilla movement has been crushed by the Japanese. Kim and his guerrilla fighters are forced to flee. They take refuge in the last safe place left, the Soviet Union. The Soviet army embraces Kim for his resistance to the Japanese. They make him captain and put him in charge of some 160 Korean guerrillas. Kim and his guerrillas train for action against the Japanese. But in June 1941, Germany invades the Soviet Union, forcing the country to defend its western borders. Kim finds himself sidelined in the Soviet Far East. While waiting for action, he closely observes their iron-fisted leader.
Kim Il-sung was a student of Joseph Stalin. He had immense respect for Joseph Stalin.
Kim has begun a common stage in the development of many dictators.
Dictators learn from each other all the time about how they rise to power, about how to deal with opponents, about how you maintain a dictatorship for decades on end. So for many dictators, Joseph Stalin is actually a role model.
Stalin used his own cult of personality to secure his position and transform the Soviet Union into an industrial and military powerhouse.
He cultivated an image that he was the father of the nation, that he was a strong leader. But he also was really adept at using fear to ensure loyalty. So for anyone that wanted to learn from Stalin, they learned quite a bit about the level of brutality that was needed, particularly in the beginning of the regime, to ensure mass compliance.
More than 500 miles from home, Kim seems light years away from using such tactics. But with World War II coming to an end, things are about to change. While Kim is sidelined in the Soviet Far East, the Allies crush Hitler's armies in Germany. Sensing an opportunity, Joseph Stalin declares war on Kim's sworn enemy, Japan. Along with the United States, the Soviets drive the Japanese from Korea. Kim's dream since he was 7 years old, to see a Korea free from Japanese occupiers, has finally been realized. But there's a complication.
The Soviets came in from the north and the Americans came in from the south. and they agreed to divide the peninsula at the 38th parallel.
Korea is now divided and controlled by two foreign powers. In the north, the Soviets need Koreans they can trust to help stabilize their occupation. They recruit Kim and send him home to Korea. His years of exile are over.
He was brought to Pyongyang and installed by the Soviets as their man in Pyongyang. He was somebody that they saw could really carry out some of the Soviet objectives.
The Soviets appoint Kim to a key position, deputy commandant in Pyongyang. He acts as a liaison between Soviet occupying forces and local Koreans. It's his first taste of political power, and his ambition kicks in. He begins to envision himself as the one man who can bring North and South Korea back together again, and sets his sights on the leadership of the nation.
But what motivated him, I mean, it was personal ambition plus the mission to build a country. He was motivated by a desire to make this country intact.
But if Kim is going to become the ruler of Soviet-controlled Korea, he'll have to convince them he's the man for the job.
Kim Il-sung's greatest strength was his charisma and his interpersonal skills. I think that helped him enormously.
Kim gets a chance to use these skills in the fall of 1945, when resentment against the Soviets begins to build. Many Koreans feel they've traded one occupier for another. They want a Korea free from outside interference.
When Korea was occupied by the Soviet Union, there was a lot of turmoil, a lot of uncertainty about the political direction of the country. The Soviets put communists in control, and a lot of people resented that. There came to be quite a bit of anti-communist sentiment, particularly among a lot of young people.
November 23, 1945. In Xinhuiju, a city on the border with China, Soviet and Korean forces cracked down on an anti-communist student protest.
Xinhuiju is a mess. Hundreds of people were injured, and there's estimates about 100 students died.
Student protests against the violence erupt across North Korea. The Soviets send Kim to Xinhuiju in a last-ditch attempt to restore order. It's the opportunity he's been waiting for.
Kim was able to calm things down and to say the communists are not your enemy. We have to work together to create a system for everyone. And it really helped.
He was a natural hands-on leader. And I think maybe at Xinhuiju that was first demonstrated.
Prominent Soviets are impressed by Kim's skill in diffusing the uprising. They put him in charge of the puppet government they've installed in North Korea.
In February 1946, he became head of the first national government. And it's really from that time on that we can see Kim Il-sung's dominance of the North Korean system.
Kim the guerrilla fought for his country's liberation for nearly 2 decades. Kim the politician has taken just 4 months to become its ruler. But he's still under the Soviet umbrella. To govern the country on his own, he needs to show the Soviets he can run a successful communist country that's loyal to them. He can only do that if he has the support of his people. Kim turns to a tactic familiar to many would-be dictators.
When dictators first take power, they often try to get consent by appealing to as many people as possible, trying to please the masses, trying to ensure that they are loyal to them. They wouldn't want to incite some sort of revolution. The first way is that they try to provide the public with some kind of good and service. like access to education, access to water, electricity. They may make gas much cheaper. They may be lowering taxes. They want to ensure that the masses feel that there's a need for this dictatorship.
To win his people over, Kim makes a dramatic offer.
Kim Il-sung announced a land reform. Peasants were given land free. They got 3 chungbo, which is a fairly small farm, but one that would sustain a family.
For the first time in centuries, farmers can call the land their own.
Giving them control over their land, giving them a sense of ownership again after hundreds of years of feudal rule and then these brutal 35 years of Japanese occupation gave the Koreans a sense of pride and a vision of a new Korea.
Kim gives 2.4 million acres of land to more than 700,000 farmers and their families.
And that's a huge boost to Kim's popularity. Now you have 70% of the Korean population which has directly, materially benefited from the policies of the regime. So that was a very effective tool of getting popular consent for Kim.
But Kim still needs consent from a group even more important than the masses.
Elites are the biggest threat to any dictator. They have to make sure that this elite group is unified and incredibly loyal. If they can't do that, they are at risk of being overthrown.
After using the carrot with the masses, Kim uses the stick with the elites, high-ranking communists and other rivals he doesn't trust.
Kim was very shrewd in dealing with his enemies. He sent them to South Korea, people who had served the Japanese military officers, other Korean communists, all potential rivals.
Over the next 2 years, Kim takes one more step to show the Soviets he's capable of ruling the country without their help, by proving he can defend it. Building from a core group of some 200 of his old guerrilla comrades, he amasses an army of more than 60,000 soldiers.
오늘 조선인민은 자기의 진정한 정권인 북조선 인민연합의 강림 2주년을 선축하면서 조선민족의 역사상 처음으로.
By 1948, the Soviets are convinced Kim has a firm hold on the country. They begin to pull out. For the first time in almost 5 decades, North Korea is free from foreign control. And Kim is the undisputed leader. He finally has the power to go for his ultimate goal, one shared by many in his country, unifying North and South Korea.
Kim wanted the peninsula unified as it had been for thousands of years before under a single government.
Kim Il-sung saw himself as the great unifier, a unified Korea without foreign troops.
In the summer of 1949, Kim sees his chance. The U.S. has pulled most of its troops from South Korea. Its borders are now defended by 60,000 South Korean soldiers. When Kim doubles his army to 120,000 men, the South Koreans are outnumbered 2-1.
이 개국주의자들이 친일파 민족 반역자들이 지지하에서 우리 3천만 민족을 분열하고 우리 조국의 강토를 자기네의 식민지로 만들려고 활동하는 데 있으니 우리 조국에는 위기가 닥쳐왔습니다.
One year later, Kim invades South Korea. Kim's army steamrolls the outnumbered South Korean forces and pins them into a small corner of the country. He believes his dream of a unified Korea is about to come true. But Kim's made a major miscalculation.
What he did not seem to understand was that South Korea had become important to the United States.
Worried about the global spread of communism, U.S. President Harry Truman has appealed to the UN for support in defending South Korea.
If the United Nations yields to the forces of aggression, no nation will be safe or secure.
September 1950. With Kim on the verge of victory, a UN force led by American troops carries out a daring counterattack. And pushes Kim's army north. Kim's shattered forces retreat across the 38th parallel into North Korea.
The UN forces under American leadership came very close to wiping out Kim's regime.
Kim's decision to make war on the Korean Peninsula has pushed his forces to the brink of disaster. October 1, 1950. Kim Il-sung's army is trapped in a small corner of North Korea by US-led UN forces. Desperate for help, Kim convinces China's leader, Chairman Mao, to support his communist cause. Three weeks later, Mao sends more than 250,000 troops across the Yalu River into North Korea and drives the U.S. back toward the 38th parallel. Not only does it save Kim's forces from annihilation, it resurrects his dream of reunifying Korea. But the U.S. strikes back with a brutal new tactic.
The U.S. began just basically bombing everything, targeting schools, hospitals. It was just a brutal, scorched earth air campaign.
Pyongyang was leveled. Hamhung, level to the ground. Wonsan, level to the ground. Tens of thousands of people die overnight. And this is devastating.
More tonnage of bombs was dropped on North Korea than in all of the Pacific War between the U.S. and Japan during World War II.
The U.S. bombing exacts a heavy toll on North Korean civilians. 20% of the nation, nearly 2 million people, lose their lives.
It was the most unrestrained U.S. Air Force bombing campaign in the 20th century.
It's a disaster for the country and for Kim.
He was in a very deep pickle because he's the one who invaded the South with a lot of promises, and it brought a Holocaust upon his country.
July 1953, almost 3 years after it began, in the wake of the U.S. bombing. The war ends in a ceasefire. Its exhausted combatants end up where they began, straddling the 38th parallel. It's an abject failure for Kim. His dream of unifying the country has been squashed. North Korea has been bombed into submission, with a fifth of its population dead.
And there were many around him who criticized him for that. He was in a very weak position at that point because of his reckless action.
But Kim has no intention of ceding his leadership. He begins to take a series of steps that will ensure his hold on the country for years to come. One of the first is a classic move from the Dictator's Playbook.
For any dictatorship, they have to use force because they need to project this image of power, this image of control, this image that if anyone tries to threaten the regime, they will be dealt with.
Kim immediately shifts the blame for the war from himself to his rivals, publicly denouncing 12 senior communists who had criticized his handling of it.
Kim's rivals were accused of collaborating with the Americans to sell out Korea, and they simply admitted to the charges, and then some went into exile, others were executed.
Kim Il-sung used purges, executions to send a message to the elite and to the people that if they oppose him, that they won't survive.
Like Stalin before him, Kim takes out suspected opponents. 2,500 in just 4 years.
He just cashiered his enemies. What we can learn about Kim from that particular period is that he's a vicious, ruthless leader who brooks no opposition.
Although his most dangerous political enemies are dealt with, Kim must still convince the masses he's not to blame for their suffering during the war. He relies on a tactic that will become a trademark of his regime.
Propaganda is the spread of information that benefits the regime. Dictators need propaganda to be able to control people's thoughts. They want to ensure that the masses are loyal to the regime.
Kim uses a relentless stream of propaganda to create an alternate reality where the U.S. is an imminent threat to the safety of his people.
That bombing of North Korea has been a memory kept alive to demonstrate how savage the Americans are.
내가 교육받은 거는 내가 귓구멍이 뚫릴 정도로 눈 떠서 내가 생각을 하느나 하는 순간부터 내가 배운 것은 주적은 미국이라고 배웠어요.
It's a reinvention of history, one that will be repeated again and again until millions of Koreans believe it.
그는 뭐 대학교로부터 인민학교 1학년까지 그 학년이 높아질수록 미국이 일으켰다는 거예요. 6.25 전쟁을. 미국이 일으켰다는 거예요. 정당에는 이제 미국이 먼저 휴전협정을 제기했고 그래서 쟤들은 승리한 전쟁이라고 그래요.
Kim's propaganda campaign continually reminds the people that he's the father of the nation. 100 million books are published to celebrate his greatness. But in order to fully seed his cult of personality, Kim needs to go out among the people. He travels across the country to spread his message in person.
Kim really was a powerful personality and someone who was able to connect with the ordinary person.
I compare him to Muhammad Ali in the sense that he would wade into a crowd as if everybody loved him and press the flesh. It was A, part of his megalomania, B, part of demonstrating to the Korean people that he was a hands-on leader. He just bathed in the adulation of his own people and seemed to think it was entirely deserved.
By the late 1950s, Kim's cult of personality is flourishing. But his public confidence contrasts with a growing paranoia behind closed doors.
Paranoia is a very dominant trait in dictators. It's a tendency that leads to projection of their own insecurities and suspicions. And their motivation becomes one of controlling every aspect of society.
In his drive for control, Kim attempts to completely insulate the country from outside influences. He locks down all of its media and information sources.
Both information internally and also information going in and out of the country. So keep the people aware of only the kinds of information that the regime wants them to know.
They are actually forced to listen to the radio, which is only one channel, all day long. They can turn it down, but they cannot change it. And so all day long, they are hearing how great Kim Il-sung is.
Kim's obsession with his people's loyalty intensifies. He keeps them in line with a mandatory weekly program he calls self-criticism sessions.
우선 자기 비판을 자기가 해야죠. 자기 비판만 하면 그자의 말에 의하면 호상 비판을 맹렬하게 해야 사람들이 각성하고 더 혁명화된다는 거예요. 호상 비판을 못하는 사람은, 안 한 사람은 아주 우유부단하고 아주 혁명성이 없고 자연하면서.
Everybody was spying on one another. And everybody knew that they couldn't let any sign of disloyalty be visible to anyone.
By the early 1960s, after nearly 2 decades in power, Kim's grip on the nation has tightened. But he still sees conspiracies against him everywhere. To quash dissent, the regime makes fear and insecurity a part of daily life.
A dictatorship needs to have a culture of fear in order to enforce a sense of loyalty to the leader. Fear of punishment is always going to be a part of a regime like this.
서로가 감시를 붙이고 비판을 하는 이런 소학교 2학년이나 3학년 때는 신나게 해요. 왜? 그래서 아주 깊은 마음을 놓고 사람을 또 남을 비판을 지적을 할 때 막 들뜬 마음에서 그럼 점점 이렇게 성숙하면서 중학교 올라서면서 두려움이 있고 항상 우리는 두려움과 공포 속에서 살고 있어요.
By the mid-1960s, Kim Il-sung has created a culture of fear that envelops 12 million North Koreans. His parades demonstrate his power over the people. But it's not enough. Kim enforces their loyalty through the secret police, nearly 50,000 strong, who monitor their daily lives.
The secret police is important to the dictatorship because they need to know who the opponents are of the regime. They need to get access to really good information.
To identify threats, the secret police helps carry out a highly invasive plan. Around the country, agents gather personal information on every individual. The data is used to reinforce a rigid caste system, which ranks everyone into 3 categories based on loyalty.
Within the 3 categories, there are somewhere between 75 and 95 subdivisions of the population. This determines what kind of work you're going to do, what kind of education you're going to have, where you're going to live.
Only the most politically reliable people are allowed to live in the capital, Pyongyang, and the most unreliable people are out in the countryside.
The caste system weeds out enemies of the state. The worst of the perceived offenders are sentenced to gulags.
그런 시스템이 있어가지고 우리 가족을 전부 다 묶고 이렇게 엮어가지고 차에다 실어서 이제 수용소로 끌고 갔지. 할아버지 할머니 할아버지 때문에 갔지만 이제 아버지까지 다 끌려간 거지. 내 나이가 그때 9살. 대략 이제 한 3만에서 5만 명 정도 규모의 대규모 수용소였고 할아버지는 아예 다른 수용소에 끌려가가지고 아마 처형당한 걸로 알고 있고 그러니까 육체적으로 감당하기 힘든 노동에 동원됐는데 짐승 같은 그런 생활의 연속인데
One of the harsh realities of North Korean detention facilities is they will be subjected to torture, sexual abuse, forced medical procedures. They keep the prisoners at a nutritional minimum so that they don't die, because they want to prolong the suffering.
정신적으로 힘든 거는 이제 가끔 이런 것들을 다 보게 하는데 목을 매달려서 죽는 사람을 처음 봤고 거기다가 돌을 던져서 또 막 얼굴을 만시체 만들어 놓고 그러니까 이제 까마귀 떼가 밤새 날아와가지고 막 쪼아먹게 만들어 놓고.
During the 1960s, Kim's regime executes more than 6,000 political enemies. As the end of the decade nears, a culture of fear has permeated all corners of the country. The regime now controls even the most basic aspects of daily life.
기본적인 틀은 8시간 노동, 8시간 학습, 8시간 숙면. 매일 주입식 공부를 하루에 2시간씩 무조건 모여 앉아서 해야 돼요. 북한 엘리트 계층은. 그래야 수령이 사상대로 발언하고 글을 쓸 수 있다는 거예요. 이거는 김일성이가 딱 규정해 준 거예요.
The government even dictates how much each person eats, rationing consumption through its food distribution policy.
어른은 700g 하루에, 뭐 학생은 600g, 그 밑에 학생은 500g, 또 집에서 노는 노인은 300g, 양식 300g. 그래서 항상 배고프다 할 정도로 배급을 줘야 된다는 거예요. 그래서 인민들을 배불리 먹여놓으면 혁명할 생각을 안 한다는 거예요. 이거는 법이에요.
Kim's indoctrination of his people reaches its pinnacle in mass rallies where they honor him as their supreme leader.
The extent of the cult of personality is something like we've never seen before. It borders on fanaticism. It's complete socialization of everybody. Every single person in this regime is indoctrinated.
Indoctrination and fear help explain why ordinary Koreans support the regime. But there are other forces at work, including history. For the past 600 years, North Koreans have never known real political freedom. They were either ruled by absolute Korean monarchs or the Japanese emperor.
우리 북한 지역은요, 자유민주주의 공기를 한초도 맡아보지 못한 지역이에요. 자유란 공기도 맡아본 사람이 자유의 가치를 아는 거예요.
Kim also exploits an intrinsic value of traditional Korean society.
He tapped into a very Korean trait, which is conformism, understanding where your place in society is and trying not to stray outside that place that's dictated for you. So Koreans don't want to go outside the group. They want to do what the group is doing.
By the early 1970s, Kim's cult of personality in North Korea is unshakable. In 25 years, he's gone from Soviet puppet to unassailable leader. But Kim's still haunted by one question. How can he ensure his regime continues after his death?
Kim knows he's not going to live forever. He saw what happened in the Soviet Union after Stalin died, confusion in the political leadership took the country in what Kim thought was the wrong direction, and he didn't want to have that happen in North Korea.
He settles on a rare and unconventional plan for a communist dictator approaching the end of his rule.
He looked to his family. After all, who do you trust more than the people within your own immediate family?
Kim believes succession is the only way to guarantee his regime's survival when he's gone, even though it's never been attempted in the communist world before. He turns to his eldest son, 33-year-old Kim Jong-il, who's been serving as head of the regime's propaganda and agitation department.
Kim Il-sung really grooms his son to be successor. He places him in increasingly important positions within the party structure.
One of the key projects that Kim Jong-il develops is venerating his father, turning his father into the God figure.
It's all part of Kim Il-sung's succession plan. To implement it, he deifies himself and his son, and in the process raises his cult of personality to an entirely new level.
The Kim regime was able to create a complete religion and myth around the leadership, that they were divine. And the myth started from the way that they portrayed Kim's childhood, that he was this idyllic character. And as he grew up, that he single-handedly defeated the Japanese.
Kim's son, Kim Jong-il, is venerated as well. He was born in a Siberian village during World War II. But state propaganda says the birth occurred on a mystical mountain, Mount Paektu.
All Koreans think of that place as the birth of the Korean people. And so to say that you are descended from Mount Paektu means that you've got like a godlike right to rule.
During the 1970s, along with countless pieces of art and films glorifying Kim and his family, 34,000 monuments are erected in their names. They're now considered gods in North Korea.
Kim is satisfied, his succession is in place, and he can kind of step back. From that point onward, Kim Jong-il is really doing a lot of the day-to-day governing of the country.
In the 1980s, with his son basically running the government, Kim Il-sung attends to his own needs. By some estimates, Kim caused more than 200,000 deaths in his gulags, but he's obsessed with prolonging his own life to 120. To do it, Kim has set up the Longevity Research Institute. Its only mission is to keep him alive.
They used to gather men that were of the same height and weight and age as Kim Il-sung, try medical treatments on them. 15 North Koreans were fitted with pacemakers to make sure the pacemakers were going to work when they went to install the pacemaker on Kim Il-sung.
Kim orders his doctors to give him dozens of blood transfusions from healthy young men. He spends hours around young children, hoping to absorb some of their energy. Handlers polish his rice grains so he doesn't get a bad one. But not even Kim can cheat death. On July 8, 1994, Kim Il-sung dies of a heart attack at 82.
Some people said, I felt sadder at his death than I did my own father's death. So it shows you how deeply entrenched that sense of loyalty was to Kim Il-sung.
But there are other reasons for the people's tears.
They needed to show that they were in genuine mourning. And if they didn't prove to the regime that they were in mourning enough, they could be arrested, they could be tortured, they could be killed.
Around the world, political experts watch and wait, suspecting Kim's regime will crumble without him. It teeters, but survives. The strength of the dictatorship Kim forged passes another test in 2011, when it survives the death of Kim Jong-il. Once again, power is successfully transferred from father to son. Today, under Kim Jong-un, the regime has fortified itself through the emulation of its founder.
Kim Jong-un's clone of Kim Il-sung, his haircut is a classic late 1940s Kim Il-sung. They've fattened him up so that he looks big, just like his grandfather.
Kim Il-sung's cult of personality has never gone away. His presence is everywhere.
There are songs, there are anthems, there are books, there are stories, there are statues, there are posters everywhere. You cannot escape it.
In the end, Kim Il-sung did something no other communist dictator of the 20th century could pull off. He created a dynasty.
By passing on leadership of his country to his son, he engineered this hereditary succession. We had never seen anything like that in the communist world.
Ironically, after struggling to free his people from the abuses of Japanese rule, Kim Il-sung created a system that brought more suffering to his people.
또 그 과정에서 많은 또 인명 피해가 발생을 했고.
Today, North Korea is a nuclear state. Despite ongoing talks, it has not yet given up its weapons.
The ramifications are far more terrifying than they were under Kim Il-sung. North Korea now has the capability to obliterate the region, frankly, with these nuclear weapons.
Kim Il-sung's dynasty has outlasted 12 U.S. presidents and entered its 8th decade. But the question remains, how long will his creation, the world's most controlled and isolated society, last?
I think this regime can last for quite some time to come. We can't dismiss the possibility they could fall, but I don't think we should ever underestimate how resilient and long-lasting this regime has been and can be in the future.
To order the Dictator's Playbook on DVD, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. This program is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
Saddam Hussein was one of the most murderous leaders in history.
He used violence from an early age.
He is the street fighter, so he did not understand the world.
The war is over.
Saddam misunderstands the West time and again.
The George W. Bush administration felt Saddam was unfinished business.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
In 2003, following a swift and lethal invasion, U.S.-led forces occupy Iraq. One of the most brutal regimes of the 20th century has come to an end.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Iraq's former dictator, Saddam Hussein, has been captured by U.S. Army Special Forces. They found him on a farm near the city of Tikrit, at the bottom of an 8-foot hole in the ground.
It was quite a night. There was a real buzz in the station, and everybody was very excited. And I was part of the team that went in to debrief Saddam Hussein. I remember thinking, it's Saddam, it's really him. I still couldn't believe it. At first, he was very disarming. You're expecting to get the butcher of Baghdad, and instead you're getting somebody who is very charming, very personable. Over time, though, I would have this to say, the more you got to know Saddam, the less you liked him. And the more you got to see another side of him, which could be a very nasty and brutish and kind of a horrible and frightening figure.
Saddam was so ruthless, so brutal, so violent in all sorts of ways.
He was one of the most murderous leaders really in history, and he got away with it. And he still was able to instill in his public complete loyalty to him.
Saddam Hussein ruled Iraq with an iron fist for almost 30 years. To maintain power for so long, he used fear, intimidation, and violence, like few other dictators in history. But in the end, even that was not enough. How did Saddam Hussein become one of the most feared dictators of the 20th century, only to lose it all?
Dictatorships have had an incredible impact in the past century.
These dictators ended up learning from one another.
They're all different, but many use the same tactics.
The use of terror,
Propaganda.
control the elite,
Create an enemy.
cult of personality.
Use violence. These are tools that dictators use to stay in power.
April 28, 1937. On the edge of the Arabian Desert in central Iraq, Saddam Hussein is born into a family of poor, landless peasants.
He was born in a mud hut. That means no floors, no toilets, no running water, no electricity, in a tiny village called Al-Oja, which means crooked. And the population, by and large, would have descended from nomadic tribes. The life of the Bedouin nomad was a very harsh life with its own rules of honor, of loyalty, of obligation. Family was immensely important.
But Saddam's own family is in crisis. 6 months before he was born, his father disappeared. Soon after, his 13-year-old brother died. Saddam was now the only child of a single mother.
And he didn't have that father figure. And the father figure in the Iraqi family, particularly in tribes, is a very important person because they're a source of pride and prestige and protection.
The young Saddam is beaten at home and ridiculed and bullied by other village children.
You give in to that or you fight it. He definitely fought it.
Saddam uses his advantage in height and strength to strike back.
He used violence from an early age to basically tell everyone that he is the person who has the power and control.
It is a tactic Saddam will return to throughout his life, a tool that will come to define his dictatorship.
The use of violence is important to any dictatorship. It's key to the way they seize power and maintain control.
Saddam learned to use violence as a tool in all sorts of ways. He could use it for the purposes of threatening the population more in a targeted way, but also more generally. There was an evolution in the way Saddam Hussein used violence, and it became more excessive as time went on. In fact, I would argue that it became even more random and unpredictable. He really did become a master at the use of violence.
In 1955, at the age of 18, Saddam settles in Baghdad. There, his violent character will collide with the turbulent Iraqi politics of the day. He finds the capital city alive with talk of revolution.
He grew up in that period, really. Almost everyone was talking about Iraqi nationalism, about its independence, about the need to be totally sovereign.
Iraq is built on the ruins of ancient Mesopotamia, a civilization thousands of years old. But the modern nation of Iraq is a 20th century invention. Established by the Western powers after World War I, the country is a complicated mix of Sunni and Shia Muslims and other religious and ethnic minorities. Since 1920, Iraq has effectively been under British control. The country is ruled by a monarchy under the puppet regime of King Faisal II. But Britain controls Iraq's politics and reaps almost all the profits of its vast oil wealth, while 80% of Iraqis still live in abject poverty. Fed up with this foreign influence, Iraqis like Saddam are determined to regain control of their own country. Soon after his arrival in Baghdad, Saddam joins the Ba'ath Party, a new revolutionary nationalist movement committed to achieving Iraqi independence by violence if necessary. But there is another revolutionary group in Iraq, one that is fiercely opposed to the Ba'ath vision of Iraqi nationalism: the Iraqi Communist Party.
The Ba'ath Party was really a way to counter the communist ideology that was spreading in the Arab world in the 30s and 40s.
The communists and the Ba'aths are locked in a bitter competition to control Iraq's future.
The Communist Party was an ominous force, and they were the only arch enemy if you were Saddam Hussein at the time.
Saddam sees a way to help the Ba'ath cause by doing what he knows best. He becomes an enforcer for the party and organizes roving gangs to intimidate communist opponents.
He spent his youth contending with and fighting the Communist Party on the streets in all sorts of different ways.
Saddam quickly makes himself known to party leaders as a man unafraid of violence.
So 1956 was the point at which ideas were now decisively going to turn into what this young man wanted to do with his life, which was become a militant, become a fighter.
Then, in 1958, a sudden change sets up an opportunity for Saddam. The Iraqi army stages a violent coup d'etat. King Faisal II and his family are gunned down in the royal palace. A new military dictatorship is established under General Abd al-Karim Qasim. it seems the dream of an independent Iraq is finally within reach.
So Saddam, like the rest of the Ba'ath Party, would have cheered and applauded, gone out on the streets in the immediate aftermath of the 1958 revolution.
But almost immediately, the Ba'ath Party is caught up in a power struggle with the new government.
There were elements of the Ba'ath Party who thought that they were going to have more of a say in the government, and then they realized that the military was freezing them out.
For Saddam and his comrades, the ultimate betrayal comes when Qasem aligns his government with their sworn enemy, the Iraqi Communist Party. The Ba'ath Party believes there is only one option left. They assemble a team to assassinate General Qasem. Among the first to volunteer is Saddam Hussein.
Saddam Hussein had such facility with violence and brutality, but he is smart and he is wily. He knows he's the man for this job.
I think Saddam saw the assassination as a way to advance, saw it as a way to climb the ladder.
I think Saddam always understood that there's a lot of potential for advancement if you're willing to do the things that other people aren't willing to do.
October 7, 1959. 22-year-old Saddam Hussein has used violence to rise through the ranks of the Ba'ath Party. Now he's about to use violence on a whole new level. Saddam and a small team of comrades are plotting to assassinate Iraq's new leader, General Qasem. They will attack his motorcade in broad daylight on central Baghdad's busiest avenue. For Saddam, it is a key turning point on his path to power. A moment he will later use to build a heroic image of himself and justify his dictatorship.
Myth-making is a commonly used strategy by a lot of dictators because they want to appear to be more heroic, braver, better than the average person. And in Saddam Hussein's case, he used an origin story to make people believe that he was special and that he was born to be their leader.
Part of Saddam's mythology is based on the assassination plot against General Qasem. In time, the story morphs into a celebration of his heroism. And years later, it's even made into a feature film. Shown on Iraqi television, the film depicts Saddam and his comrades in a daring attack on the presidential motorcade.
He created a legend around himself, that this was someone that was not a normal person, that the people were lucky that they had this person who was seen as a brave and bold leader willing to stand up against any types of threats.
The film shows Saddam's heroic escape after the assault. He barely survives a serious bullet wound in his leg, eludes Qasem's well-armed security forces, flees Baghdad, and makes a 1,000-mile journey through Syria to Egypt. But in fact, the attack on General Qasem was nothing like the glorious heroism depicted in the film. It was a total disaster. In reality, the assassination attempt ends in chaos. Qasem is wounded but survives, and Saddam flees to a Baghdad safe house where he is treated for a minor bullet wound.
He said it was a complete failure. I mean, he got shot in the crossfire by one of his own people as they were trying to nail Qasem in his motorcade.
Some later claim it was Saddam's own fault that the attempt was botched, that he started shooting too early.
The attempt failed, the leader was injured, but so was Saddam, and he escaped.
Saddam flees the country and hides out in the Egyptian capital, Cairo. It's there that he begins to build the myth of his heroic destiny. He lays out his own version of what happened, that he was a fearless warrior who nearly took down the regime and escaped to fight another day.
That stamps his perception within the party. He is the kind of thug. He is the street fighter par excellence. He's the man who understands guns.
It is this self-created reputation that will propel Saddam to ultimate power in Iraq. February 9, 1963. While Saddam is still in exile, General Qasem is shot dead by Ba'ath Party loyalists, sparking a 5-year power struggle. Saddam returns to Iraq. But it is not until 1968 that the Ba'ath Party finally rises triumphant. It takes power under Saddam's own cousin, President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr. Under the new military dictatorship, al-Bakr and a small group of key Ba'ath loyalists assume almost total control over the running of the nation. Thanks to his heroic reputation, Saddam is able to leverage his way to a senior position in the new government. Officially, Saddam is made vice president, but with one eye on the future, he takes on another role, one that many dictators have used to gain the upper hand over rivals and enemies.
Controlling the secret police is important to the dictatorship because they need to know who the opponents are of the regime. They need to get access to really good information. They need to know who's loyal to the regime. And they need the secret police to do its dirty work.
Saddam's new security apparatus, known as the Mukhabarat, will later be compared to the Gestapo, the infamous and brutal secret police force of Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime. Their methods include espionage, intimidation, and terror, and are used to send a clear message: be loyal to the dictator, or else.
Saddam really believed in one thing. It has to be loyalty to 100%. It cannot be even 99%. There is no such a thing.
Saddam uses the secret police to create an elaborate surveillance system to monitor private mail and telephone communications. Secret files are created for thousands of suspected traitors in the government, the military, and the public at large.
These are files about everyone. Saddam would write in the margins in his own handwriting to be kept for future reference. And if someone crosses Saddam or become disloyal to him, that's when this information will come up and be used against them. And that gives you an edge over them when you need it.
They bugged our phones. They monitor, all the phone calls.
Like many Iraqis, Haider Atraki and his entire family lived for decades under the threat of Saddam's secret police.
You are not free to talk. You can't talk against him. Always we were under eye of Saddam Hussein. Always they are watching us. It's very dangerous. If he feel you are a threat to him, you are gone, that's it.
In 1969, barely a year into his tenure, Saddam will demonstrate the full power of his new position. He claims that his secret police have uncovered a broad conspiracy against the state.
And they pluck 13 people as key conspirators, supposedly. They make a great big public spectacle of the hanging of these 13 people.
The executions are announced on national radio. It's believed that as many as 500,000 Iraqis gathered to watch in central Baghdad.
The reason why you make this public is it has a very, very big psychological impact. It doesn't just affect the victims, it also affects anyone who might think about challenging the regime.
It was instilled in the mind of every Iraqi citizen that if they broke with what was expected of them. This would be the punishment they would receive. And it was the terror of that hanging over your life that was an enormous check on people's behavior.
Dictators always want to create a sense that you might be picked up, or if you do something wrong, your mother might be interrogated. So they want to create this fear as a general rule.
By the end of the 1970s, as vice president and head of the secret police, Saddam has consolidated almost total control over Iraq.
It ended up, he was able to use this platform to basically subvert everybody else and to make himself really the leader of Iraq.
After more than a decade as Iraqi vice president and head of the secret police, Saddam is ready to take the ultimate step to power. In July 1979, President Ahmed Hassan al-Bakr resigns, making way for his second in command. At just 42 years old, Saddam Hussein is now the undisputed leader of Iraq. He moves quickly to send a message to anyone who could challenge his new dictatorship, especially its biggest potential threat, the country's ruling elite.
Most of the time, dictators are ousted in a coup or some sort of elite ousting or removal. And so the elites really hold the key. They are the big stumbling block for dictators in terms of holding themselves in power indefinitely. The elites are going to be the ones that are the biggest threat to any dictator. And so in the beginning, dictatorships are often highly repressive, trying to find out who is disloyal, who they can't trust, and who they need to get rid of.
Just 5 days after taking office, Saddam calls a meeting of Iraq's senior governing elite, the Revolutionary Command Council.
Saddam Hussein had this particular spectacle filmed in great length.
Citing information he has accumulated from secret police, Saddam claims he has uncovered a conspiracy to overthrow his new regime.
بعد 11 سنة يظهرون خونة من هذا الطراز فهذا شيء مؤلم. طبعا شلون نتصرف ويا الخونة بالنوايا وانتم تعرفون شنو اجراءنا ويا هيك خونة لا شيء غير السيف.
He begins by announcing that it really truly pains him to hear that people are plotting against him, against the country, and they are traitors.
He has an informant read the names of suspected traitors. As each name is read aloud, a man is sent out of the auditorium and arrested by the secret police.
I think people realize nothing really truly matters except loyalty to him.
In a chilling twist, Saddam forces the remaining government officials to personally execute their arrested colleagues.
I notice the kind of fiendish intelligence behind this. You are implicating them in your ascent to the presidency of the Republic. Complicity has essentially bound them to the regime. They can't escape it.
The film of the assembly is circulated around Iraq.
This sent a very clear message that if you are not loyal to me, if you do not give me your undying support, I will kill you.
And that, in my opinion, established him in the party as the unconditional leader.
Saddam has relied on fear and violence to establish his authority over the elites. But to win their continued support, he will need to use a softer touch.
No dictator can survive with just repression alone. They are going to have to employ a strategy of not just sticks, but also carrots.
Saddam begins to use public funds to keep the ruling class happy. Almost everyone in Saddam's inner circle, including his closest political advisors and a small army of bodyguards, is given a luxury car.
The people around Saddam were very loyal, and they had reason to be loyal because the well-being of them and their families was connected to the well-being of the regime.
With the loyalty of the elite secure for now, Saddam knows he has to keep the Iraqi public on his side as well. Taking advantage of Iraq's growing oil wealth, Saddam funds a series of economic and social programs designed to benefit average citizens.
Overall, you could argue that this was the period that really the Iraqi people benefited from the dramatic economic progress. There is a lot of money coming in, which is used for infrastructure.
Iraq provides free universal health care, free university education, and equal rights for women.
And that is the empowerment he gave to women. More women are entering the universities, more job opportunities for women. He believes that if he gains the support of women, he will have 50% of the population.
Above all, Saddam wants the public to see his dictatorship as the source of a more modern, more prosperous nation.
Many people want stability, they want predictability, they want to be assured that they're going to be taken care of, and that's something that dictatorships provide. This really ensures that the masses feel that there's a need for this dictatorship.
With both an iron fist and a giving hand, Saddam has gained control over Iraq's elite and the broader public. His new dictatorship seems rock solid. But in 1980, a new danger appears on the horizon, one that will directly threaten his rule. A recent revolution in neighboring Iran has overthrown its monarchy. In its place, a new Islamic republic has been established under the radical Muslim leader, Ayatollah Khomeini.
The rise of Khomeini in Iran is very disturbing to him because of the extreme religious philosophy.
The Ayatollah believes in theocratic rule, that Iran and the entire Middle Eastern world should be run strictly by religious law. Khomeini publicly calls for a revolution in Iraq. He urges Shia Iraqis to rise up against Saddam's regime and build a new Islamic republic. It's a challenge Saddam can't ignore. To face this threat to his power and unite his public behind him, he turns to another classic dictator's tactic.
One of the important tools for any dictatorship is to create an enemy. Either it's imagined and sometimes maybe it is actually real. But they need to have some sort of enemy that they can use as a scapegoat. And that is one way they can unite the masses to be committed to the particular dictatorship.
For Saddam, the enemy is very real. He begins telling the Iraqi public that Iran is out to destroy modern Iraq and turn it into a medieval, religious state, and that he alone can stop this from happening.
That external enemy is a threat. These people are out to get us. We have to get them before they get us.
Saddam expelled some 35,000 Iraqi citizens of Iranian origin, claiming they are part of the Ayatollah's plan to topple his regime. He also plans a bold preemptive strike against Iran. Its purpose? To remove the Ayatollah before the Ayatollah removes him. On September 22, 1980, Iraqi forces crossed the border into Iran. Saddam believes victory will come in a matter of days, but the invasion quickly stalls and becomes a bloody war of attrition. In 1982, 2 years into the war, Saddam gets some vital help from an unexpected source: the United States government. The Americans, under President Ronald Reagan, see Saddam as a secular Arab nationalist, providing the last line of defense against Iran's religious extremism.
Remember, Iran was already an enemy of the United States since the kidnapping of the members of the US Embassy. I think the Americans thought, here is a man who is obviously anti-religious, anti-communist. He's willing to share the same ideals economically with the West.
The CIA actively begins to encourage and aid Saddam's war with the Ayatollah.
I think there was definitely the American support to Iraq. A lot of intelligence was exchanged, photos of bases, a lot of information about Iranian units were given. And there was a belief that he might win.
But the American aid is not enough to get Saddam the quick victory he was hoping for. As casualties continue to mount, Saddam offers Iran a ceasefire. The Ayatollah rejects the offer and vows to keep fighting until Saddam is overthrown.
And so when this happened, one of Saddam Hussein's ministers suggested to him, why don't you step down temporarily? And then after the truce has been accepted, you can return to power. Saddam Hussein thanked him for his service. And then the next day, his body arrived in a duffel bag, delivered to his wife, and it was chopped up into pieces. And that sent a very clear message. You have to be loyal to him, or else you will face some of the most horrible things that you can imagine facing. You couldn't even give any kind of inkling that you challenged him. Every single thing that you said had to comply with his wishes. He wanted people to tell them that the military was stronger than ever and that they were defeating their enemies, even though this was far from the truth. And that helps explain, to some extent, why Saddam Hussein was so delusional. He was surrounded by sycophants that told him exactly what he wanted to hear.
Over the next 8 years, as many as 500,000 Iraqis will die. Almost every Iraqi family suffers a personal loss. For Saddam, the sheer scale of the war with Iran has weakened his grip on power at home. He is about to face any dictator's worst nightmare: open rebellion. Sensing an opportunity, the Kurds, one of Iraq's largest ethnic minorities, rise up against the dictatorship and seize the town of Halabja near the border with Iran. In response, Saddam will resort to violence yet again. But this time, it's a unique kind of violence, with a dual purpose: to crush an immediate threat and deter any future challenge.
Terror is the indiscriminate and arbitrary use of force that can incite fear in the hearts of people. That fear can be used by the dictator to advance his goals. Now, terror is the kind of unique, brutal violence that people tend to remember, and it leaves a lasting impression on the minds of people.
In March 1988, Saddam orders his military commanders to crush the Kurdish rebellion. the Air Force launches an attack on Halabja. An 11-year-old Iraqi Kurd, Kamran Haider, takes refuge alone in a bomb shelter.
I would have been shaken with the bomb explosion, with the shouting, people running.
But some of the bombs are unconventional. They're filled with poison gas. Men, women, and children succumb to sarin and mustard gas. It is a horrible death. In the aftermath, Kamran Haider goes outside to search for his family and see what Saddam's military has done.
I couldn't stand up. I crawled. Sadly, I walked or I crawled above some bodies, including my mom. My brother, my sister held my brother's head, Rewa, in her arm, and they died together.
In all, some 5,000 of Saddam's own citizens are killed. Another 10,000 are horribly injured. Just as Saddam intended, the attack solves two problems for his regime. It reminds Iraqis of the price to be paid for rebellion, and it sends a powerful message to Saddam's mortal enemy, Iran.
That, of course, instills terror, and then he manipulated it and worked with it.
Iran's leaders now fear Saddam could unleash chemical weapons on their cities. They agree to begin UN-brokered ceasefire negotiations. After 8 years of brutal fighting, the war ends with neither side achieving any territorial gains.
An 8-year-long war. A human meat grinder, if there ever was one. A war that, in its impact and scope on the region, is as big as World War I on the countries that waged it. I mean, that results in 1 million dead.
But within days of the ceasefire, as he has done before, Saddam props up his dictatorship by spinning failure into triumph.
Dictators in general tend to use propaganda to generate a false reality. It is the ultimate fake news. And Saddam really wanted to convince the people that he was a great military leader. He really wanted them to believe that everything that he had done was for the best of the country. However, in reality, the war was a total disaster and Iraq suffered many losses.
He announces that it is a holiday. I want every Iraqi to celebrate. And that is really one of the things about Saddam. How you can turn a war that is really not successful to a successful ending.
We see this illusion of control, and of course we see an increased exaggeration of their own glory, of their own abilities.
But the sham victory celebrations are just a temporary distraction from a new problem. The war has left his regime nearly bankrupt.
This was really a huge issue. Saddam never needed money as much as he needed in 1988.
After the 8-year war with Iran, Iraq is billions of dollars in debt to its neighbors, especially Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. Saddam demands the debts be forgiven.
The response from the Gulf Arab countries, especially from Kuwait, was, no, we're not going to forgive the loan. And Saddam felt very insulted by this because he felt that he had bled for them, and now he was being treated like a beggar. I think it hurt his sense of pride and honor, And I think he thought he wanted to teach them a lesson, particularly he wanted to teach the Kuwaitis a lesson.
Saddam outlines a plan to invade and annex Iraq's neighbor, Kuwait. He believes Kuwait's cash and oil reserves could prop up Iraq's failing economy and strengthen his regime. But it's a move that will break a cardinal rule of successful dictatorship. Never provoke an enemy you can't hope to beat. Saddam is about to pick a fight with some powerful foes.
His sense of wanting to show strength really truly dominates his thinking all the time. This always tilts him to take action that actually is counterproductive.
August 2, 1990, Saddam's army invades Kuwait. Leaders in the West warn that the invasion could spark a wider war in the Middle East, drawing in key oil-producing nations like Saudi Arabia and jeopardizing some 50% of the global oil supply. The response to Saddam's aggression is swift and near unanimous. And the American goodwill Saddam enjoyed during the Iran-Iraq War is wiped out. President George H.W. Bush, with the full backing of the United Nations, sends an enormous ground, naval, and air force halfway around the world to the Persian Gulf. Saddam's strong-arm tactics have always served him well at home, but to the rest of the world, his methods are a dangerous provocation. He's about to face an opponent that will not be bullied.
I think he was very smart, but he had street smarts, and he had Iraqi street smarts. You know, street smarts only work in the streets that you know. So he did not perhaps understand the world. I'm pretty sure of that. He misjudged phenomenally what the United States might or might not do.
Saddam really misunderstands the West international affairs time and again. And of course, this begins a series of catastrophic mistakes.
On January 16, 1991, the American-led coalition makes Saddam pay for his aggression. Operation Desert Storm begins. For the first time in his dictatorship, Saddam is truly vulnerable. He goes deep into hiding, moving to a new location every day. Within weeks, the American-led coalition force crushes Saddam's army. What's left of it limps back across the border to Iraq.
As president, I can report to the nation, aggression is defeated, the war is over.
But Saddam gets an extraordinarily lucky break. UN forces had orders to liberate Kuwait, not to bring down his regime. The coalition forces withdraw, and Saddam emerges from hiding. He has survived, but his dictatorship hangs by a thread.
When it came to Kuwait, he sort of put his hands up to his head and rubbed his eyes. And he just said, "Oh, this gives me such a headache." And that was as close to an admission of failure, or that he had made a mistake. And that, things weren't the same after that.
From this moment on, Saddam has a target on his back. Surviving the Gulf War isn't a victory. It's a stay of execution. As Saddam will soon find out, he remains in the crosshairs of the United States.
I believe that the George W. Bush administration felt that Saddam was unfinished business. but wasn't quite sure what it was going to do to remove him from power.
Thank you for coming. Welcome.
The answer to this problem is provided in September 2001.
After 9/11, that was all that they needed. That is the day that Saddam's death warrant gets signed.
The United States declares an international war on terror. After moving on Afghanistan, it sets its sights on Saddam. To build the case against him, the Bush administration alleges that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction and plans to use them on America and its allies. Saddam must give them up or risk invasion. In fact, Saddam has no such weapons. But his old strongman instincts, cultivated since childhood, lead him to project strength rather than tell the truth. To international weapons inspectors, he lies, obfuscates, and behaves as if he actually has an arsenal of WMDs.
Weakness was really critical. That's one of the reasons that he never declared that there were no weapons of mass destruction, because that was showing weakness to the Iraqi people and to the world.
In the face of Saddam's obstruction and arrogance, President Bush concludes the time for talk is over. On March 20th, 2003, American and British forces launch Operation Iraqi Freedom, a massive air and ground assault. Unlike the Gulf War, this is a no-holds-barred invasion with one purpose: bringing down Saddam and his regime. Iraq has been under Saddam's control since the 1970s. Now, a generation later, his rule has finally come to an end. But even in the face of total defeat, Saddam refuses to give up. Once again, he goes deep into hiding.
He had a very strong feeling that he was the leader of Iraq. He belonged in Iraq, and he will survive this. The Americans will tire, and then they'll leave, and he'll live another day.
But Saddam has misjudged his enemy once again. An elite task force is ordered to hunt him down. Navy SEALs and Delta Force units search house to house, arresting and interrogating Saddam's former associates. The U.S. military also offers a $25 million reward for information leading to his capture. But no one is willing to give him up. Saddam may be beaten and on the run, but most Iraqis still believe he is too dangerous to betray. And to remain at large, Saddam doubles down on his old tactics of bribery, threats, and deception.
And one of the things that Saddam did that was very clever, and it shows you his street smarts and his genius when it comes to his own personal safety. He took a lot of his usual bodyguards and switched them out and brought in a new set that were unknown to foreign intelligence agencies, and people had been watching his regime for years. And these individuals, we didn't know anything about them.
After 9 months of searching, some 600 operations against possible targets, and more than 300 interrogations, the task force catches a break.
They found one of the bodyguards, one of the chief bodyguards, who, decided to give him up and got a big payday.
December 13, 8:30 p.m. Acting on the chief bodyguard's tip, U.S. Special Forces discover Saddam's hiding place. He is found in a hole in the ground, just miles from his birthplace. Ironically, his life has come full circle.
It was quite a night. There was a real buzz in the station, and everybody was very excited, and we had gotten message that the military thought they had Saddam Hussein, but they weren't completely sure. And that's when I got asked to identify him. The minute I laid eyes on him, I knew it was him.
Even under heavily armed American military guard, Saddam still believes there's a way out.
He didn't show any signs of a person being, having their world turned upside down. He didn't seem panicked. He still had the sense of that he was still president of Iraq. Deep down, he always harbored a hope, I think, that somehow the Americans would come to their senses and he'd be able to cut a deal. And I think that deep down he still kind of was hoping for a miracle.
Charged with crimes against humanity, Saddam is publicly tried in an Iraqi court. Defiant to the end, he rails against the court, even as he is found guilty on all counts and sentenced to death.
He thought he would be remembered very, very positively. He seemed to feel that the Iraqi people loved him, that they will always love him, and that they will see, especially what happens after he's gone, they will see that how much he did for them. December 30, 2006. At the age of 69, Saddam Hussein meets the same brutal fate he had handed out to so many of his victims. Across the nation, Iraqis, weary of war and hardship, celebrate his death. Saddam Hussein was a classic strongman dictator. His relentless use of violence, terror, and fear helped him create one of the most enduring dictatorships of the 20th century. But those same tactics made him live in a dangerously false reality, forever convinced of his own invincibility, even as his country was invaded and his government destroyed. Iraq was left to rebuild under an American-led occupation. And today, the country still grapples with its history of division, violence, and dictatorship.
You simply cannot understand anything that's going on in Iraq without realizing that his shadow looms over everything. It's simply everywhere. His legacy lives on. That's one of the remarkable things about dictatorships. We always tend to underestimate the impact they have on future generations.
Next time on The Dictator's Playbook.
Mussolini absolutely wrote the blueprint for how to destroy a democracy.
Mussolini could be a very powerful speaker, bombastic, chest stuck out.
Fascism said, we're going to stand up for you. We're going to bring law and order. Police had incredible power to arrest people.
People like Hitler were hugely influenced by him.
We heard for years Hitler taught Mussolini everything he knew. In fact, it's the opposite.
To order The Dictator's Playbook on DVD, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. This program is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
Mussolini absolutely wrote the blueprint for how to destroy a democracy.
Mussolini could be a very powerful speaker, bombastic, chest stuck out.
Fascism said, we're going to stand up for you. We're going to bring law and order. Police had incredible power to arrest people.
People like Hitler were hugely influenced by him.
We heard for years Hitler taught Mussolini everything he knew. In fact, it's the opposite.
Europe 2018. From Austria to Sweden, Hungary to Greece, ultranationalism is on the rise. Fueled by xenophobia and a promise to fight for the rights of white Europeans, extremist groups are emerging from the fringes and onto the public stage. It's a jarring sight, but the world has been here before. The ideologies that drive these groups can be traced back almost 100 years to one man, Italy's Benito Mussolini. Mussolini has been dismissed as a buffoon, a small-time tyrant who ruled in the shadow of Hitler and Stalin. But he was no one's disciple.
We heard for years that Hitler taught Mussolini everything he knew. In fact, it's the opposite.
Years before the Third Reich, Mussolini was the architect of a movement that would plunge the continent into darkness. He called it fascism. From undermining judges to indoctrinating children, Mussolini pioneered tactics that other dictators would use to seize power.
Mussolini absolutely wrote the blueprint for how to destroy a democracy.
How did this son of a blacksmith come to write key chapters of the Dictator's Playbook and turn himself into a modern Caesar?
Dictatorships have had an incredible impact in the past century.
These dictators ended up learning from one another.
They're all different, but many use the same tactics.
The use of terror,
propaganda,
control the elite, create an enemy, cult of personality,
use violence.
These are tools that dictators use to stay in power.
Benito Mussolini is born in 1883 in the northern Italian village of Predapio. Like many Italians, his family lives in almost abject poverty. His father works hard as a blacksmith, but making ends meet is difficult. Much of Italy remains an almost feudal society. While it has a limited democracy, most of the power rests with the king and his ministers. The majority of the population is rural and poor. Under these difficult conditions, Mussolini grows into a violent child.
There were elements of his personality that we could already see at a pretty young age, including a kind of attraction towards violence. I mean, this guy's expelled at the age of 11 for knifing a fellow classmate. It's something that he does again and again. He keeps getting in trouble for knifing people.
As he becomes a young man, much of his anger is directed at the backward nature of his country. As millions of his countrymen abandon Italy to seek a better life abroad, Mussolini becomes determined to change his country for the better, but he's not sure how.
Even though he wasn't religious himself, he saw himself very similar to Hitler as a man of providence, someone almost divinely appointed to heal Italy's rifts.
Like his father before him, he is drawn to an extreme form of socialism. It calls for a violent revolution that will strip the rich of their wealth and share it with the poor.
Now, Mussolini had a rebellious, hothead temper. He wanted an overthrow of everything. He was a disruptor.
This is a violent man willing to use violent means either politically or personally right from the start.
His violent nature brings him into frequent conflict with the law. July 1903. After moving to nearby Switzerland, Mussolini is arrested for allegedly trying to incite a revolution. He's deported back to Italy.
I think it's interesting that he's in and out of prison a lot. So by the time that he's 20 years old, he's come back and lived a pretty rough existence, hiding from the police, on trial in a number of cases.
But Mussolini's more than just a troublemaker. From a young age, he's a gifted writer. And as he hones his craft, he discovers how language can be a tool for shaping a nation. In time, he makes a name for himself as a prominent socialist journalist.
His skill as a journalist was absolutely central. He knew what to play up. He knew how to play on people's fears. He knew how to play on people's dreams.
In 1912, Mussolini is hired as editor of Avanti, Italy's leading socialist paper. Under his leadership, circulation doubles. He should be on top of the world. He's a crusading journalist for one of Italy's leading papers. But his faith in socialism is wavering. It seems to be moving too slowly for the man of action. He's exposed to a new movement that celebrates speed, power, and violence. Its followers call themselves futurists, and their ideas will contribute to the rise of fascism.
Futurism was an artistic, cultural, and intellectual movement founded in 1909 by a group of Italian artists. They wanted an art and culture of speed, of movement, of technology.
The futurists celebrate action, adventure, violence, and its ultimate expression, war.
Before World War I, many people welcomed the idea of war without knowing how awful it would be, of course, as a kind of cleansing force for the decadence that ruled in society. There's a famous quote from one of the Futurist manifestos: "War is the hygiene of the world."
August 1914. The Futurists rejoice as the carnage of World War I begins. Mussolini calls for Italy to enter the conflict, but the socialists oppose the war, knowing that the working class on both sides will do the fighting. They kick Mussolini out of the party. For the young agitator, it's a turning point.
He leaves his position as editor of Avanti, the Italian socialist paper, and he founds what will be the fascist newspaper, Il Popolo d'Italia.
Bankrolled by wealthy industrialists who favor joining the battle, Mussolini uses its pages to beat the drum for war. In 1915, Italy enters the Great War on the side of Britain, France, and Russia. Now Mussolini must do more than write about war. He's drafted and joins the fight himself. On the battlefield, he witnesses the power of nationalism and learns how it can motivate men into action. If it can lead men to storm a machine gun nest, he reasons, it can power a revolution.
I think he realizes that the power of nationalism is something that is a massive building block for a political party.
In February 1917, Mussolini is wounded and returns to Milan. There he begins to create a new political ideology that builds on the nationalism he experienced in the trenches. He calls it fascism.
It's hard to overestimate how revolutionary it was. It was a new political system. Fascism takes certain things from the left, like revolution, but marries them with a nationalist and imperialist doctrine, and it makes an amalgam of something new.
Fascism celebrates military might, extreme devotion to country, and the superiority of the Italian people. It is also built around a promise to restore Italy to the grandeur of ancient Rome. Even the name fascism is an attempt to link the movement with Italy's glorious past. The name comes from fasces, the Latin word for the bundle of rods that symbolized authority and power in the age of Caesar.
He played on the idea that he was going to make Italy great again, that Italy, really since the time of the Roman Empire, had been beaten up in the international sphere. He talked about things like Italians are seen by the world as spaghetti eaters and mandolin players. Italians are going to be warriors, that he was going to create the fascist new man.
At the age of 35, the rebel has finally found his cause. Through speeches, through his newspaper, Mussolini spreads the new ideology. His ideas find fertile ground among his fellow soldiers.
So they come home from the war with this memory of great violence. They have shell shock, or what we would today call PTSD. Mussolini brings together all these discontents.
In Milan, and then throughout the North, he gathers a core group of true believers. They call themselves Black Shirts. They modeled their uniform on that of the Arditi, the elite Italian brigade of the First World War.
Mussolini hosts a meeting of futurists and war veterans on the 23rd of March. It's a meeting of kind of strange characters, 50 of whom decide that they're going to form the first fascist movement.
Less than a month later, they send a message to Italy's socialists. A fascist squad demolishes the offices of Avanti, the newspaper Mussolini once led. 4 people are killed.
If you needed one word to define fascism in its early years, violence, a kind of tactical violence, is really at the core.
Mussolini has a gang, but he wants an army. To build one, he uses an essential tool of dictatorship.
One of the important tools for any dictatorship is to create an enemy. They need to have some sort of enemy that they can use as a scapegoat, as a unifying force to galvanize the public and the elites behind their rule.
There's really no better way to get a dictator in a position where he will be unchallenged than if people believe he's actually protecting them, protecting their country from ruination at the hands of neighbors, internal enemies who they do not trust.
Mussolini did not have to look far to find the ideal enemy. 2 years earlier, in October 1917, Vladimir Lenin's communist revolution created a political earthquake that was felt around the world. For many, it was seen as the end of capitalism, the end of private property, the end of God.
Communism terrified people for the real changes it could bring: emancipation of workers, destruction of capital.
Following the end of the war, inflation and unemployment soar throughout Italy, and communism's appeal begins to spread.
There was a sense of emergency after World War I in Italy. The Communist Party had just been founded on the heels of the Russian Revolution. The Socialist Party was mushrooming. Workers' rights were leading to occupations of the factories. There was a situation some called a civil war.
In 1920, some 2 million Italian workers participate in more than 2,000 strikes. Factories are closed. Manufacturing stops. Italy's democratically elected government seems powerless to stop the chaos. Just 8 years earlier, all Italian males were given the vote. But the experiment with democracy isn't working.
There was almost a consensus in Europe that democracy was not necessarily the best form of government.
Democracy to some was uninspiring. It was fat old men discussing things in Parliament and never getting anything done. Compromise and collaboration didn't seem to be the way to respond to situations of crisis.
Italy appears on the brink of revolution. and Mussolini claims the fascists are the only ones who can stop it.
One thing that strongmen really know how to do is become the prophets of doom. And this is counterintuitive for politicians. You wouldn't think someone would go up in front of his people and say, "You're all doomed," like negative politics. But what strongmen do, and Mussolini was the first to really specialize in doing this, he said, everything is cracking, everything's going downhill, but I will reverse the degeneration and I am your savior.
Mussolini writes an appeal to the nation, calling on every soldier to join the fight against the communists. He takes his message to the streets, holding rallies, giving speeches.
Mussolini really knew how to speak to the psychological worry of communism. He pathologized communism. He talked about the rats coming from the East that brought a contagion with them.
Mussolini's warnings attract allies to the fascist cause. Industrialists and landowners offer financial support.
And fascism appealed to them. Fascism said, we're going to stand up for you. This is a revolutionary situation. Your interests are threatened. We're going to bring law and order.
The ranks of black shirts swell as more men answer the call to stop the red wave. To make good on his promise to help end the crisis, Mussolini turns to another tactic of the dictator.
Most dictators use violence and force to eliminate dissent from within the regime and to threaten the opposition from rising up against them. However, Mussolini used force and violence in a completely different way. The fascists glorified the use of violence. They were very clear they were also going to use violence to attain the goals of the state, no matter what the cost.
Soon, the fascist mob is unleashed on the socialists.
They go into cities and towns and they physically destroy union halls. They murder and beat up socialist leaders.
Squadrous violence was very traumatizing because it was at a local level. People would have their homes burned. They would be assaulted in the street.
As the strikes come to an end, Mussolini claims that the fascists have helped restore order. His next move marks a major shift in strategy. He helps create a fascist political party and prepares to run in the upcoming elections.
And I think one of the contradictions we see is that this is a person of revolutionary temperament from the start, but who's willing to compromise and work within the system when he needs to.
May 15, 1921. Mussolini and a handful of fascists are elected to parliament. Now fascism is more than an ideology. It is a political force. But it's clear that Mussolini has no intention of playing by democracy's rules.
By and large, fascists hated democracy. Even if they accepted, they had to work within some of its strictures. They saw liberalism as old-fashioned and something that really belonged to the 19th century. The 20th century was meant for men of action.
Just 18 months after being elected, Mussolini and a core group of fascists hatch a plan to undermine Italy's democracy from within. Once again, they rely on the threat of violence.
He believed that change can only come through violent struggle, not through elections, not through the pace of normal societal cultural change. Change had to come in a wrenching, violent way through insurrection.
October 1922. 30,000 black shirts march on Rome, seizing key government offices and train stations along the way. Mussolini demands that King Victor Emmanuel name him prime minister, the key position in parliament. While Italy is a democracy, the king still has the power to name the prime minister. If the king doesn't comply with Mussolini's wishes, he's told the fascist horde will storm the capital and take power. But Mussolini is playing a dangerous game. The king also commands the army and the national police force. With one order, he could crush Mussolini and his movement. But the king and his key ministers hesitate.
They were fearful of civil war. They were fearful of anarchy and perhaps a socialist uprising as well.
For 2 days, Rome braces for civil war.
Now, the March on Rome is very interesting as an example of the psychological warfare. There were only 30,000 black shirts in a nation of over 40 million, with an army and a police who were loyal to the king. Mussolini really posed himself as a man of order, a strong man who would be able to tame this unruly country.
But in the end, the king buckles and offers Mussolini the jackpot, the office of prime minister.
Many people, the king included, were not only afraid of the left, they were tired of all of the upheaval in general.
And they thought, well, our politics is so broken, maybe this man can fix it. So there was a sense of doing a deal with the devil, really.
The way that Mussolini actually got power in 1922 is a cautionary tale for the rest of the 20th century and today. Many people supported him because they thought they could contain him, they thought he was a hothead, and they could invite him into government, even as prime minister, and then he would calm down. And this proved to be fatally wrong.
Just days after taking office, Mussolini addresses the government.
He gives one of the most extreme speeches in Italy's history in the first meeting of the Chamber of Deputies. That's the 16th of November, 1922.
Speaking to the elected representatives for the first time, Mussolini makes his objective clear: obey me or be dissolved.
Some of the other fascist deputies start turning up in military regalia, start bringing revolvers into the Chamber of Deputies.
Mussolini's got the top job. But real power in the government goes to the political party with the most seats. The fascists hold just a handful. Mussolini is determined to change that. April 6, 1924, Election Day. Fascist thugs are posted outside polling stations throughout the country. Their instructions: grab the first man to exit the polling booth and beat him for not voting for the fascists. It doesn't matter whom he did vote for. The beaten man will be a warning for those waiting to vote. Through violence, intimidation, and vote rigging, the fascists win 65% of the seats in Parliament. The victory gives them a clear majority and seemingly overwhelming power. But fierce opposition in Parliament remains. Giacomo Matteotti, a leading left-wing politician, calls for the election to be nullified. He condemns Mussolini and accuses him of corruption and intimidation.
Matteotti was a brave leader, and he was somebody that had been assaulted a number of times by the fascists, but he refused to give up, and he was the person who stood up and said in 1924 that the 6th of April election was invalid because of fascist fraud and violence, and that was something that Mussolini took as a personal slight. He refused to give in or be bought off, and I think that made him a threat to Mussolini.
Matteotti knew that what he was doing was very dangerous. Many anti-fascists had been beaten up and killed, not at the level of Matteotti, but Matteotti didn't care. He was as brave as they come.
Once again, the problem will be solved with violence. Shortly after denouncing Mussolini, Matteotti is kidnapped by a group of armed fascists. He is never seen alive again. 2 months later, his body is found in a culvert outside Rome. While there's no proof, many believe that Mussolini is behind the murder. As he's gained more power, Mussolini has grown more brazen. But this time, he may have gone too far. January 1925. Outrage over the murder of Giacomo Matteotti is spreading.
The assassination of Matteotti and the public outcry was the biggest crisis he had ever faced. Even veterans who had been with him since 1919 start turning in their party cards.
Mussolini must act quickly. But instead of denying his involvement in the killing, he does something extraordinary. Mussolini declares, "I alone assume political, moral, and historical responsibility for all that has happened."
Most politicians wouldn't want to be associated so openly with a political assassination. But fascism is built on violence. It had come to power on violence. And it was time for Mussolini to boast that he was above the law as well.
To remove any doubt as to who's in charge, he adopts the name Il Duce, Latin for leader. In Parliament, Mussolini openly declares the beginning of his dictatorship. He moves to undermine a cornerstone of any democratic society, an independent judicial system. He removes the 2 judges leading the investigation into the murder. Then in July of 1925, he announces an amnesty for the men accused of the crime. Matteotti's killers are released. Over the next 2 years, Mussolini systematically guts Italy's remaining democratic institutions. He tightens censorship of the press, banning any negative coverage. Fascist squads attack stores that sell dissenting papers.
Even though some of the mainstream press, like the Corriere della Sera, had hundreds of thousands in its circulation, they were no longer really allowed to report the news. They were allowed to report on how great Mussolini was.
To ferret out potential enemies, Mussolini oversees the creation of a network of secret police.
Fascist Italy was a police state. Police had incredible power to arrest and detain people, to send them into internal exile, and that included all political dissidents or people who might seem to be political dissidents, people who told the wrong kind of joke in the trattoria.
But Mussolini doesn't rule through intimidation alone. To increase his support, he adopts several new policies.
So in the wake of the Great Depression, the regime began a program of massive public works, road building, town building, public education. They sent nurses into the countryside to teach infant hygiene to poor mothers.
These policies help make him wildly popular with many Italians. 1929. Just 10 years after the birth of his fascist movement, Mussolini is in almost complete control of Italy. Now, to ensure the devotion of the next generation of Italians, he uses another tactic. Dictatorships often use indoctrination to create unwavering devotion to the leader and justify the harshness of the regime.
You see that dictatorships very early on would start to indoctrinate the public. It would happen during people's impressionable years, when people were most likely to absorb this kind of information and internalize it and really believe it. It was about convincing people that there was no other way, there was no alternative, that this was the only type of rule that could satisfy the needs of the nation.
In the schools, old textbooks are replaced with pro-fascist versions. Even the cover of an exercise book is an opportunity to promote his rule. Mussolini proclaims, "At every hour of every day, I can tell you on which page of which book each school child in Italy is studying."
Mussolini played an intimate role in crafting fascism's message, not only because he was a journalist, but because he understood the mechanisms of mass indoctrination. His slogans that he came up with for every occasion circulated not only in textbooks, they were carved into buildings, they were even on shirts, they were sometimes on furniture, they were everywhere along with his own image.
There was actually something called the Fascist 10 Commandments that by the mid-30s school children and even college students had to memorize, and one of the Fascist 10 Commandments was, Mussolini is always right.
Piero Signorelli was born in 1925. The only Italy he knew was Mussolini's Italy.
Era un tambureggiamento continuo. Voi altri dovete vedere tutto l'apparato dello Stato, la funzionalità dello Stato era organizzata dal fascismo e perciò era seguita a rota tutto quanto. E la manifestazione, anche quando era piccola, era ingrandita dalla stampa.
Making young people committed, even fanatical fascists, was at the core of fascist ideology. The cult of youth was something central to fascism.
To further tighten his hold over the public, Mussolini will pioneer another essential tactic of dictatorship.
Dictators like to build personality cults because it enables them to rule without always having to resort to force. It enables them to mesmerize the public, to ensure that the public adores them, and to prevent threats from opponents.
Mussolini styles himself not merely as a man of the people, but as the one and only leader of the nation.
Era dipinto eroe in tutti I campi, lavoratore, giocatore, pilota, era tutto così grande.
The way in which Mussolini shaped his own image, cultivated foreigners to see him as really one of the great Caesars in the modern era, was core to the way that Mussolini saw himself, but also the way in which he represented the new Italy.
To strengthen his bond with the nation, Mussolini perfects the art of connecting with the crowd.
L'Italia fascista oramai è tale compagine, quasi bene organizzata in tutte le sue forme che non si può aspettare.
Mussolini could be a very powerful speaker, bombastic, chest stuck out, shouting to crowds, but this idea of speaking to thousands upon thousands of people at these oceanic assemblies, that was something that Mussolini had perfected.
Realizing he cannot be in front of every Italian visually, he finds a revolutionary means to connect with the entire Italian public: radio.
So under Mussolini, the radio became one of the primary sources of propaganda. And so people would gather together to listen to the Duce. Listening to the radio together becomes a kind of cohesive moment of social interaction, just like going to the movies.
Mussolini's actions quickly find admirers outside Italy as well. One in particular has taken keen notice of his meteoric rise to power: January 30th, 1933. Adolf Hitler takes control of Germany's democratically elected government. He does it by using many of the same tactics pioneered by Mussolini. Hitler's private army of brown shirts, the mass rallies, even the Nazi salute, all can be traced back to Mussolini.
We heard for years that Hitler taught Mussolini everything he knew. In fact, it's the opposite. Hitler came to power after Mussolini had already been there for 11 years.
People like Hitler were hugely influenced by him, so the March on Rome is something that Hitler sees as a gesture to copy from Mussolini's playbook.
But despite his best efforts, by the mid-1930s, Mussolini is facing problems that propaganda and indoctrination can't solve. The economy is struggling, unemployment is growing, and discontent is starting to spread. To help regain control, Mussolini turns to another key tactic.
Dictators often want to go to war because it's a distraction. It's a way of uniting everybody under some sort of nationalist banner. It's a way of distracting from just terrible policies or from poor performance. It's a way of preventing the opposition from ever challenging the dictatorship, because to do so, they'd be viewed as being disloyal. Mussolini was so keen to go to war because he wanted to unite the public under one banner, under one nationalist agenda.
He tells his people that the time to fulfill the central promise of fascism has come. It is time to build an empire. But in 1935, that isn't easy. Over the last 100 years, Western powers have colonized most of the developing world. Now, only a handful of independent nations are left. One is Ethiopia, a nation Italy had tried to conquer at the turn of the last century.
The Ethiopia question is a difficult one. He's certainly trying to create an empire. But remember that Ethiopia only 40 years before had defeated the Italian army at Adwa in 1896. So some of this was about reclaiming what he perceived to be lost honor in Italy in 1935.
L'ora solenne sta per scoccare nella storia della patria. 20 milioni di italiani sono in questo momento raccolti nelle piazze di tutta Italia. È la più gigantesca dimostrazione che la storia del genere umano ricordi. 20 milioni, ma un cuore solo, una volontà sola, una decisione sola.
Nearly 500,000 Italian soldiers are dispatched to Africa. On October 3, 1935, Italian forces invade Ethiopia. Although hopelessly outgunned, the Ethiopians put up a fierce resistance. Anticipating a quick military victory, Mussolini instead has his nose bloodied.
I think there was a fantasy when Mussolini began the war that it would be a quick, short war, and it wasn't. So they turned to a tactic of total war once they met resistance. They turned to chemical weapons, which had been banned after the First World War.
Mussolini orders his generals to burn Ethiopian villages and to use poison gas on civilians. More than 300 tons of deadly mustard gas is deployed against civilian targets.
We're talking about air attacks against Red Cross trucks, poison gas, really breaking all manner of Geneva Conventions.
While the international community condemns his methods, it does nothing to stop the carnage. May 5, 1936. After 7 months of bitter fighting, Mussolini declares victory in the name of fascism. He proudly announces the birth of a new Roman Empire.
La guerra è finita! L'Ethiopia è italiana!
The dictator gets his empire, but the cost is high. More than 1,000 Italian soldiers are killed or wounded. And the fighting claims the lives of more than 400,000 Ethiopians. While Mussolini's invasion is denounced by the world, it is applauded by Adolf Hitler. Emboldened by Mussolini's brazen act and the fact that the Western democracies did nothing to stop it, Hitler launches his own bid to forge an empire. March 13, 1938, Hitler's forces annex nearby Austria, followed by Czechoslovakia just 12 months later. Then, on September 1, 1939, Adolf Hitler invades Poland, triggering World War II. It is a move that will have titanic consequences for Mussolini and the entire world.
Mussolini really believes that the Nazis are going to be on the winning side and that there is going to be a Nazi-fascist new order in Europe. And he sees how quickly the German blitzkrieg is working.
Mussolini sees opportunity. He's long dreamed of making Italy the supreme power in the Mediterranean, and the war gives him a chance to make it a reality. But his generals warn Mussolini that his army is in no shape for war. The Ethiopian campaign gutted the treasury, and many soldiers now lack proper uniforms, let alone modern weapons.
So there are concerns in the fascist hierarchy about the preparation of the Italian military. There are people in the fascist hierarchy who don't want to fight the war on the side of the Nazis. There's a real split.
Uomini e donne d'Italia dell'impero, la dichiarazione di guerra è già stata consegnata agli ambasciatori di Gran Bretagna e di Francia. Vincere!
June 1940. Mussolini declares war on Britain and France. Intent on controlling the Mediterranean, he launches a two-front war. His troops swarm into Egypt to seize the Suez Canal. Then they strike at Greece. But the Greek army pushes back and soon has the Italians on the defensive. As his generals predicted, Italy is woefully unprepared for battle against fully equipped adversaries. More than 150,000 Italians are killed or wounded in the fighting. And it's even worse in North Africa. In October 1942, the Italian forces are all but wiped out.
They keep getting defeated in the war. They're defeated in Greece, they're defeated in North Africa, and so the military might of Italy is seen very quickly to be a straw man.
But the worst is still to come. July 10, 1943. After pushing Hitler and Mussolini's forces out of North Africa, the Allies launch an invasion of Italy. 150,000 Allied troops storm the island of Sicily. Tired of Mussolini and his wars, many of his own people welcome the invaders as liberators. Il Duce all but vanishes from the public eye.
Mussolini, who was omnipresent for all these decades, he disappears from public life. He doesn't make as many radio addresses. He's not seen in public. Perhaps it's not safe for him to come out anymore.
Furious with his bungling of the war, top-ranking military officials and fascists meet with the king to plan Il Duce's downfall.
There was a realization that Italy was lost, that Italy's power wasn't anywhere near what the propaganda said it was. And I think that once the Fascist Council of Deputies realized that the war was imminently reaching Italian shores, then it was all over for Mussolini.
Unaware of the planned coup, Mussolini is invited to meet with the Fascist Grand Council, his top-ranking advisors.
They take a vote on whether Mussolini should continue to rule. Mussolini loses the vote. I think he was absolutely shocked. I think he couldn't have imagined that.
Without the support of the military, he is powerless to stop the plot.
The elites turned on Mussolini because he was running the country into the ground. The war effort was going really, really poorly, and he was making mistake after mistake after mistake.
The king has him put under house arrest and then sent to a military hospital in Gran Sasso.
Mussolini is kept under guard high atop a mountain, but he is not utterly abandoned. He has one ally left, and he's a big one. On September 9, 1943, Hitler learns that the Allies have launched an invasion of the Italian mainland. He sends several divisions of soldiers into Italy to guard the southern approaches to Germany. Then, Hitler launches one of the most daring rescues of the war. He sends an elite squad of commandos to free Mussolini from a mountaintop prison. After landing their gliders, they surprise Mussolini's captors and rescue him without firing a shot.
After Mussolini is rescued by these SS troops, he arrives at Hitler's headquarters, and the first thing he says, allegedly, is, "I'm here to receive my orders." And I think that that very clearly delineates the relationship, the changed relationship between Hitler and Mussolini. The pupil was no longer the tutor, and Mussolini had no cards to play.
Hitler installs Mussolini as the leader of the large swath of territory now under German control. The once great dictator is now Hitler's puppet. And as the Allies continue to push north, Mussolini can only make a pretense of authority. But Mussolini's time as Hitler's pawn is short-lived. As the Allies advance from the south and anti-fascist partisans take control of villages to the north, his puppet state collapses. Mussolini and Clara Petacci, his mistress for the last 10 years, must flee or be captured.
This was a broken man. He thinks about going to Switzerland, he thinks about giving himself up either to the Allies or to the partisans. Ultimately, they decide on trying to kind of sneak into Austria.
April 28, 1945. With the German army now in retreat, Mussolini and Petacci make a desperate run for the Austrian border. Their truck is stopped near Lake Como. Although he is disguised as a soldier, the most familiar face in Italy does not go unnoticed.
Ultimately caught by a group of partisans who recognizes Mussolini in an overcoat and Austrian military uniform.
The partisans set up an impromptu court, and after finding Mussolini guilty of treason, they condemn him to death by firing squad. Mussolini's corpse is then brought to Milan and placed in front of a jeering mob.
The body of Mussolini, Clara Petacci, and a number of the other leaders, the real extremists, the real hardcore, are hung up in a Milanese petrol station for the mob to laugh at.
And they hung him upside down because in ancient Rome, traitors were hung upside down. His body was left there for a number of days until some American GIs showed up in a Jeep and cut the bodies down.
Almost 25 years after it began, Mussolini's fascist revolution has reached its bloody conclusion. In the aftermath of the war, the Italian people turned their back on his ideology of violence and create a democratic republic that is now in its 7th decade. But Mussolini has not been forgotten. Almost 70 years after his downfall, his home village of Prodapio is a destination for neo-fascist pilgrims.
There are people in Italy who really look back on the fascist period fondly as a time of law and order, as a time of national grandeur, as a time when things worked. For many Italians, it was a period of Italian greatness in which Italy had respect in the world.
Fascism has come back into having an attraction for people because in some ways we're going through a moment that is not dissimilar to post-World War I. There's a lot of economic anxiety. There's worries above all about demographic shifts. And there are worries about mobile populations. In this case, immigrants are the new enemy.
And people are starting to remember the way that Mussolini tried to make Italy great again, forgetting all the horrors that had befallen Italy, both as a result of his rule and immediately thereafter.
We forget Mussolini at our peril today because many of the signs and symptoms of fascism are back. The desire for a strong man, the rising racism, the need for scapegoats, the disaffection with traditional forms of government. All of this is coming back. And we need to remember the lesson of the strong man, which is tyranny and hatred.
Next time on The Dictator's Playbook.
Noriega is a dictator. Noriega is a drug trafficker. Noriega is repressing freedoms.
A gangster in a military uniform.
Noriega was a double agent, and he was exchanging information between the U.S. intelligence, the Cuban intelligence.
He played a very high-stakes game. He defied the U.S. government.
In Panama, we will not let Americans' lives be put at risk by a dictator down there.
To order The Dictator's Playbook on DVD, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. This program is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
Noriega is a dictator. Noriega is a drug trafficker. Noriega is repressing freedoms.
A gangster in a military uniform.
Noriega was a double agent, and he was exchanging information between the U.S. intelligence, the Cuban intelligence.
He played a very high-stakes game. He defied the U.S. government.
In Panama, we will not let Americans' lives be put at risk by a dictator down there.
December 20, 1989. 25,000 U.S. troops descend on Panama City. It's the biggest American invasion since the Vietnam War. Their mission? To capture one man. Panama's military dictator, Manuel Noriega.
The United States became enraged at this two-bit dictator who was defying it.
U.S. soldiers scour Panama City, hunting for Noriega. But he's nowhere to be found.
He basically goes into hiding.
Noriega's turbulent 6-year rule has been marked by violence, deception, and excess.
He was willing to do just about anything to get ahead.
He was not only corrupted by power, but he's also corrupted by greed.
He was a gangster. Basically a gangster in a military uniform.
How did a kid who grew up in poverty grow rich as dictator of Panama? And what did he do to provoke an invasion by the world's most powerful nation?
Dictatorships have had an incredible impact in the past century.
These dictators ended up learning from one another.
They're all different, but many use the same tactics.
The use of terror,
propaganda,
control the elite, create an enemy,
cult of personality,
use violence.
These are tools that dictators use to stay in power.
Manuel Noriega's rise to dictator is a near miracle given the dire circumstances of his childhood. He's born in Panama City in 1934. Orphaned by the age of 5, Noriega is raised by his godmother in the rough market area of Terraplén.
Young men born into the social strata where he was born, their life chances of rising to prominence and power was very limited.
As Noriega grows up on the mean streets, he's picked on for his small size and his acne-scarred complexion. But he finds a way to improve his lot in life.
Noriega saw himself as getting ahead through education. He was incredibly intelligent, good student, somebody who always excelled at his classes.
Noriega applies himself and wins a position in Panama City's best high school. Like many other Panamanian students in the early 1950s, he is swept up in a wave of anti-American sentiment that stems from the U.S. ownership of the Panama Canal. It's a conflict that will play a key role in his life and set the stage for his eventual dictatorship.
That was the great struggle of Panamanian 20th century history, to recover national sovereignty, to recover the Panama Canal.
Back in 1903, America secured the right to build the canal, a reward for helping Panama gain its independence from Colombia.
The Panamanian elites who supported the process of independence made a bargain, gave the United States the authority to build the canal, gave the U.S. control in perpetuity, because to those elites, independence and building the Panama Canal was at the time more important than preserving national sovereignty.
The canal opens in 1914 and transforms international trade by linking the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. It generates more than $20 million a year for the United States and enriches Panamanian elites.
And so those elites, for many Panamanians of middle class and lower class, became traitors to their country. They sold out their country for the benefits of the canal.
It became a source of irritation because the United States created what in essence was a U.S. colony in the midst of our country.
It's called the Canal Zone, a strip of land on both sides of the canal occupied by some 57,000 Americans, mostly military.
That fueled a tremendous level of resentment toward the United States.
The tide of U.S. resentment fans Noriega's growing nationalism. Graduating high school, he boldly declares his ambitions.
If you look at his yearbook, he says, "My ambitions are to become a psychiatrist and the president of Panama."
But Noriega's aspirations are nearly impossible because of the inherent discrimination in Panama's class system. His heritage is Creole, a mix of African and European ancestry. The country's elite, just 10% of all Panamanians, are Caucasian. They've held the positions of power since Panama was founded.
It was a political system that was elite-dominated. It was what one would call an oligarchic limited democracy. And so elections were held on a regular basis, but those elections were essentially manipulated by this elite to keep control of the political system.
When Noriega tries to become a doctor, the harsh reality hits home.
He didn't get into medical school because the medical school had a limited number of seats, and they were almost all given to the white upper-class kids from the other part of town.
But Noriega is still driven to get ahead. And when he runs into a friend who's in military school, he decides to follow another route, one taken by many would-be dictators.
It is quite common for dictators to rise up the ranks through the military and eventually, through means of a coup, establish themselves as dictators. Throughout the 20th century, we've seen a huge number of dictators who actually were, in fact, active or retired military officers.
In 1958, the 24-year-old Noriega is a long way from becoming an officer in Panama's army. But he catches a break when he lands a scholarship to a prestigious military school.
He was very well adapted to military life because of the kind of intelligence he had. He's somebody who sizes up a situation, sees where the best alternative is, and very decisively goes for it.
After graduating in 1962, Noriega joins the National Guard, Panama's military force. Months later, he's stationed in Colón as a second lieutenant. It's there that he meets the man who will take him to the brink of power, his commanding officer, Major Omar Torrijos.
Torrijos was an attractive, charismatic figure. And he was idolized by members of the military, and Noriega idolized him.
Torrijos is a populist. His dream is to recover the canal for all Panamanians. But to make it a reality, he needs political power.
Torrijos was very ambitious. His goal was to become the head of the country.
Torrijos sees promise in the young Noriega and presents him with an opportunity. He assigns Noriega to the National Guard's intelligence branch
later known as the G2. Noriega gets intelligence training at the School of the Americas, a US-run military program in the Canal Zone. Its official goal is to instill democratic values and to train its students to fight the spread of communism. But it also instructs them in the use of blackmail, coercion, torture, and execution. Critics call it a school for dictators.
Noriega discovered his vocation as an intelligence officer, and he was described by his course commander as outstanding. So Torrijos basically bet on this young officer, and Noriega became a very, very effective officer for Torrijos.
Every great leader needs a henchman, somebody to do the dirty work. And Noriega was perfectly willing to be that henchman. Noriega was behind the scenes, eavesdropping on opponents, repressing opponents, cracking heads.
Over time, Noriega becomes basically the right-hand man for Torrijos.
By 1968, Noriega has helped to make Torrijos one of Panama's most powerful military leaders. But Panama's National Guard still answers to its political leaders, like the newly elected president, Arnulfo Arias. Arias is worried that the military's growing political strength could pose a threat to his regime.
Immediately after becoming president, he essentially began a purge of the National Guard.
Arias informs Torrijos he is sending him to El Salvador as a military attaché. Without Torrijos, everything Noriega has worked for could be lost. But on October 11, 1968, Torrijos turns the tables on Arias by leading a military coup. Noriega plays a key role by shutting down radio and telephone stations in the Chiriquí province, Arias's power base. Arias has no way to get help, and Torrijos quickly takes control. Omar Torrijos is now Panama's military dictator. He quickly moves to gain consent among Panamanians, including many supporters of Arnulfo Arias.
And he comes into power with a program of land distribution, social programs, emphasizing education, and basically doing things that will appeal to the underprivileged and forgotten people of Panama. This majority of the country who had been ignored pretty much by the businessmen who had been running the country before.
Noriega reaps the benefits when Torrijos promotes him to Chief of Military Intelligence, the head of G2. The kid from the wrong side of the tracks is now Lieutenant Colonel Noriega. His new position opens up a clear pathway to power, one taken by many dictators on the rise.
Coming from an intelligence background is incredibly important in any kind of dictatorship because you know exactly what is happening. You know who the threats are, and you know what to do about those threats.
As a chief intelligence officer, you are in fact also one of the most powerful individuals. And that is essentially the key to Noriega's power.
Noriega is now the eyes and ears of the regime, and he uses the information he gathers to crush Torrijos' rivals.
Noriega had a free hand to do what he wanted, and he was ruthless in basically cracking down on the opposition.
Rumors circulate about Noriega's involvement in several disappearances, like Hector Gallego, a young priest who angered the regime in 1971 by organizing the peasants politically.
Gallegos was arrested and last seen in military custody. There was a report that he was beaten up so badly that his face was distorted and that they couldn't then bring him back. And so they threw his body out of a helicopter into the ocean. His body was never found.
But for many, there is little doubt who is responsible.
Y yo no pongo las pruebas, pero para mí fue Noriega que lo desapareció. Y así desaparecieron otros ciudadanos que no se supo más nunca de ellos.
And that's why Torrijos called him my gangster, because when he had to kill people, he killed people. There's no problem.
But Torrijos' loyal soldier is up to something behind the scenes. He's using his position for more than just crushing the regime's rivals.
There's clear evidence that Noriega's allegiance was not necessarily to Torrijos, but to himself.
Noriega has developed a clandestine relationship that will define his dictatorship in the decades to come. He has been secretly working as a paid informant for the United States.
In the United States, there was this fear that revolution was in the air and that it was being propagated by Cuba.
Since Fidel Castro took power in Cuba in 1959, the U.S. has feared that communism will spread all the way up to Mexico. Central America has become a Cold War battleground.
And so for the United States, the ability to gain intelligence on these groups was essential to fighting the infiltration of communism in the U.S. backyard.
Well-positioned to provide intelligence on the region's communists, Noriega becomes a U.S. spy. It's the culmination of a relationship that began when he was in military school.
In the 60s and 70s, they saw him as a useful asset. He was providing information about student activist groups, left-wing groups in South America.
So they began to cultivate him in those early years. He was getting payments from the CIA to operate all of the things that the United States needed him to do for them, including intelligence and wiretaps of people all over the place.
By the mid-1970s, Noriega is the most important asset the U.S. has in Central America. But he's not just spying on the Cubans for the U.S. He's spying on the U.S. for the Cubans.
Noriega was somewhat of a double agent, and he was exchanging information between the U.S. intelligence and passing it on to the Cuban intelligence and so forth.
Noriega relished the ability to do intelligence operations. He loved it. He loved the game.
At the height of his intelligence game, he's selling information to at least 10 different countries, including Nicaragua, Israel, Taiwan, France, and England.
Noriega manages all of this, I mean, like the octopus with many hands. And it was in his own interest more than it was for any ideological purpose.
Noriega's growing power and influence within the nation don't go unnoticed. A U.S. Department of Defense intelligence report declares Noriega the possible future dictator of Panama. Even Torrijos begins to feel uneasy.
Torrijos needed him but feared him at the same time because he felt that any time he might turn on him.
Noriega may be one of the most powerful men in Panama, but his situation is precarious. September 1977. Torrijos signs an historic treaty with U.S. President Jimmy Carter. It guarantees that Panama will gradually gain control of the canal and its revenues over the next 22 years. It's a huge victory for the people, the country, and Torrijos. But it could mean trouble for Noriega. During the negotiations, Torrijos promised to transition to a democracy.
Noriega saw that process of opening as dangerous. Dangerous to the ability of the military and of himself, probably, of maintaining control.
And Noriega's right. Political exiles who'd been expelled by the regime returned to Panama. Free elections are planned. Democracy is in the wind, and it could spell the end of Noriega's rise. But on July 31, 1981, an event occurs that changes everything. Panama and its dictatorship are thrown into chaos when the plane of 52-year-old Omar Torrijos disappears west of Panama City. The wreckage is soon discovered in the hills of Cerro Marta. There are no survivors.
There has always been rumors, never proven, that Noriega had a hand in Torrijos' accident.
But Noriega is officially cleared of suspicion in the tragedy. And as Torrijos' death is mourned by hundreds of thousands, the question is, who will replace him?
Torrijos' death resulted in a leadership vacuum, and that vacuum had to be filled by someone.
As the head of G2 and Torrijos' right-hand man, Noriega has a wide-open path to the leadership. All he has to do is take it.
Noriega, being the chief intelligence officer and having the most access to what was going on, the undercurrents of the time, seized the moment to advance his own agenda and rise to the top himself.
By August 1983, Manuel Noriega holds the top military position in the country, commander of the National Guard. Like Torrijos before him, he is the country's de facto leader.
All of a sudden, Noriega is the most powerful man in Panama. And he quoted Torrijos, "The first duty of a man in power is to stay in power."
That won't be easy. Noriega already faces a daunting obstacle. Torrijos' promise to the U.S. that Panama will hold democratic elections. If Noriega keeps that pledge, he could find himself sidelined.
He needed the veneer of democracy. He needed the country to seem to be a civilian-dominated democracy to avoid the opposition from getting too much power.
Opposition politicians have their own agenda. They want to limit the power of the military and create a more democratic Panama. Noriega has a plan to keep the opposition at bay. While he rules from the shadows, an elected puppet president will do his bidding.
It was going to be a democracy under the control of the military.
To pull it off, Noriega needs his puppet candidate, Nicolas Ardita Barletta, to win the presidency. But on Election Day 1984, As the results start coming in, Barletta is losing. And then Noriega intervenes. 60,000 opposition votes suddenly disappear. Barletta becomes president. On the surface, Panama appears to be a democracy, but Noriega holds the real power.
Supposedly the president is the top person in the country, but in fact, it's really Noriega.
From the start, Noriega is a polarizing figure.
For the opposition in Panama, they saw him as someone who was ruthless in the way he gained power. Now, for others, his group of supporters, he was a nationalist defender of Panama against the imperial U.S., trying to dominate Panama.
Noriega quickly sets out to reap the benefits of his position.
Amassing personal fortunes for dictators is a symbol of prestige, of grandiosity, and even invincibility. That hoarding aspect of taking and extracting revenue and wealth from society and using it for your own purposes is a hallmark of most dictatorships.
In the early 80s, Noriega sees a new way to turn his power into money: the drug trade.
When Torrijos is gone, that coincides with the rise of the drug cartels in Colombia. 1981 is really the founding of the Medellin cartel by Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa. Noriega very quickly is in touch with that network of people.
Tons of cocaine were being produced in the jungles of Peru and Colombia, and they needed ways to get the material through to the United States or Europe or any place else.
Drugs begin to fly in and out of Panama, and he starts to make $150,000 per flight.
Over the next few years, Noriega will pocket an easy $10 to $15 million. And soon he's not just running drugs, he's running arms for the Americans. The Reagan administration is arming the Contras in Nicaragua and other anti-communist rebels elsewhere in Central America.
He's involved in transporting arms back and forth to the various fighting forces in Central American civil wars. So he is now becoming a key person in the clandestine business happening in Central America.
But Noriega's schemes don't go unnoticed. Hugo Spadafora, a hugely popular leftist revolutionary, has learned of his illicit activities. And he's publicly denouncing him.
Hugo Spadafora was a tall, handsome, Italian descent Panamanian. I call him a romantic revolutionary. And he is going on television saying Noriega is a dictator, Noriega is a drug trafficker, Noriega is repressing freedoms. Noriega is furious.
Noriega is further enraged in September 1984, when Spadafora takes his claim to the opposition newspaper, La Prensa. It prints the story, which echoes far beyond the borders of Panama. It even raises eyebrows in the White House. Up to now, the U.S. government has kept a blind eye to Noriega's drug trafficking because of his help with intelligence and running arms. Now, the U.S. is forced to at least appear to take some action.
The United States does make it known that we have heard that you're involved in drug trafficking, and that's a really, really bad thing. Noriega kind of salutes and says, okay, I'm out of it.
But Noriega's just playing the U.S. He merely reduces his role in trafficking drugs. And he discovers a way to profit even more from the cartels by laundering their money in Panamanian banks. Stephen Kalish, the leader of a smuggling ring that has imported hundreds of thousands of pounds of drugs into the U.S., hopes Noriega will help him clean millions of dollars of dirty money.
I met Noriega. He told me that he thought that everything that I was looking for I could find in Panama. He provided me a safe banking haven. It allowed me to bring in $25–30 million that had been sitting in a house in Tampa, Florida.
And Kalish is just the tip of the iceberg. Noriega hauls in about $10 million a month by laundering the cartel's money, totaling as much as $350 million by the early 80s. After amassing his fortune, Noriega has no compunction about spending it. He splurges on luxury cars, mansions, and estates all over the world.
He lived a lavish lifestyle. He had very beautiful women flown in from the U.S. It was extremely festive. He was fun to be around.
El deleite del poder. Trabajaba como un padrino, ¿no?
Noriega's the wealthiest man in Panama, but he still doesn't have what he desperately wants: respect.
If there's one thing that he wanted was to be seen as being a Panamanian nationalist in the way that Omar Torrijos was seen, and a figure to be honored. But he was never going to be seen as the charismatic, swashbuckling, handsome fellow. His physical appearance was always a detriment to that, and it was painful, and it really hurt.
Noriega's nemesis, Hugo Spadafora, is everything Noriega isn't. And Spadafora's criticisms are turning the people against him.
Hugo Spadafora signaled that he was going to lead an opposition movement against Noriega.
Hugo Spadafora was a real threat to his power. And so instead of keeping him around where he could foment dissent and help civil society groups continue to challenge Noriega, he did something about it.
September 17, 1985. The headline in La Prensa delivers the shocking news. Guerrilla fighter and political leader Hugo Spadafora has been murdered. He is found in a Costa Rican river, stuffed in a U.S. mail bag.
He was beheaded, and it's said that beheaded alive and tortured horribly. You look at that photograph and you can't get over it forever.
Spadafora was last seen when Panamanian soldiers took him off a bus near the Panama-Costa Rica border. Many suspect that Manuel Noriega is behind the crime.
Yo no tengo pruebas, pero yo estoy seguro que esa muerte la ordenó él. Era un tipo de ese corte también, ¿no? Dispuesto a lo que sea por mantener su posición, su poder, ¿no?
That was a very important moment where Noriega actually started going downhill.
Panamanians are outraged by Spadafora's murder. 80,000 attend his funeral. And they're further inflamed when Panamanian officials file no charges in the case. The press coverage of the Spadafora incident causes widespread unrest among the public. Noriega needs to find a way to change the narrative.
Dictators want to make sure that the messaging that is going out to the citizens supports the dictator's agenda. So if a free media is relentlessly criticizing the dictatorship, dictators often use the practice of preemption to control the message. And Noriega was really good at that.
Noriega sent his troops in to raid the offices of La Prensa to show them, don't go investigating things that you shouldn't be investigating.
We were receiving death threats on a weekly basis. We had to make a decision. I said, go back to your families and talk to them tonight and tell them you're going to involve yourself in a life-threatening objective. We're either going for it or we're not. And everybody came back and said, let's go.
Noriega's in a bind. To keep up the semblance of democracy, he can't completely silence the press. And he pays the price in June 1986, when New York Times reporter Seymour Hersh publishes an exposé. Hersh details the dictator's illicit activities and claims that the U.S. knew about them, but turned a blind eye.
The biggest revelation of that article was the fact that the U.S. was complicit in Noriega's illicit activities well back into the 1970s.
The news is an embarrassment for the Reagan administration.
This was a drug trafficker cooperating with drug cartels in the midst of the Reagan administration's strong war on drugs.
It became shameful for the U.S. government to continue supporting Noriega openly.
Noriega spends months currying favor with his U.S. allies, trying to stem the bleeding from the Hersh article.
Noriega used my private jet to fly to Washington, D.C. to meet with the director of the CIA. Upon his return, Noriega said, with a big smile on his face, that the U.S. needed him for assistance in the war on drugs.
Noriega assists the DEA on Operation Pisces, a massive crackdown on Colombian drug cartels that results in the indictment of kingpin Pablo Escobar. Noriega's men arrest 40 drug traffickers and seize millions from money laundering accounts in 18 Panamanian banks. Noriega's U.S. allies are satisfied, but he's facing a threat from someone on the inside of his regime. His second-in-command, Colonel Roberto Diaz Herrera.
Roberto Diaz Herrera was a friend of Noriega and a collaborator of Noriega and Torrijos from the 1960s.
When Noriega first took power, he made a deal with Herrera to give him a turn as leader after 4 years. In May 1987, Noriega's time is up, and Herrera wants in. But now that Noriega's on top, he's not stepping down for anyone.
Noriega, as he was apt to do, double-crossed him and went back on his agreement and basically cashiered Diaz Herrera to some diplomatic post.
But Herrera refuses to go quietly. He takes his story to the press and makes some explosive claims. He maintains that he helped Noriega rig the 1984 election. Even worse, Herrera accuses Noriega of ordering Hugo Spatafora's murder and of planting a bomb on Torrijos's plane. Herrera's allegations trigger mass revolt among the people.
A few days after these revelations, massive protests took place in the streets of Panama City, protesting the regime.
Noriega arrests Herrera for high treason, and the angry protests swell to 100,000 people.
It was pots and pans and white handkerchiefs. It was a non-violent movement.
The protesters ridicule Noriega's appearance, calling him Pineapple Face. And the military dictator, enraged, cracks down hard.
He reacted violently. People were jailed and tortured and so forth. It was quite horrible.
The turmoil is broadcast all over the world. A state of emergency is declared. It appears Noriega is losing control of the country.
The impact of the Herrera revelations was significant in essentially making it even more difficult for the U.S. to simply look the other way. Politically, it was unpalatable, untenable to give him a free pass.
On June 26, 1987, the U.S. calls for Noriega's removal. The administration tries to force him to step down, cutting Noriega from CIA payrolls and indicting him for drug trafficking and money laundering.
There was tremendous efforts to broker some sort of deal and pressure Noriega to leave.
But Noriega isn't going anywhere. Instead, he tries to bolster his dwindling support by fanning the flames of anti-American sentiment among his people.
I think he believed his own myth of invincibility. He had survived double-crossing the cartels, double-crossing the CIA, and he thought he was going to survive.
But Noriega faces another challenge within his own borders. May 7, 1989, Panamanians go to the polls to elect a new president. Just as in '84, it appears the opposition is on the verge of victory, until Noriega steps in and declares his own candidate the winner.
He just names a president. So this is Noriega basically throwing the pretense of democracy out the window.
Panama City is engulfed in protests against Noriega and his regime. He sends in his own paramilitary group, known as the Dignity Battalions, to suppress the protesters. They beat the opposition vice presidential candidate, Guillermo Billy Ford, unmercifully.
You have that famous picture of Billy Ford with his blood-soaked guayabera. Those images were very impactful because the images revealed for the world to see the brutality of the regime.
In the U.S., the pressure mounts on a new president, George H.W. Bush, to take action. Noriega's become less useful to the U.S., and Bush is worried about the thousands of American citizens who still live in the Canal Zone. Bush makes a public demand for Noriega's resignation. But Noriega isn't listening.
U.S. government pushed him over the edge, and he felt betrayed. I think he reached a tipping point. He actually broke. He was no longer really in control of his emotions.
7 months after President Bush orders Noriega's resignation, his regime condemns the superpower for insulting Panama's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Noriega said that a state of war was developing between the two countries.
He's thumbing his nose at the U.S. and seems to think he can get away with it.
He played a very high-stakes game in which he defied the U.S. government. There was a saying that the United States is like a monkey on a chain. You can play with the monkey, but don't pull the chain too hard, because the monkey's going to bite you.
Noriega's threatening behavior has the 40,000 Americans living in Panama on edge. On December 16, 1989, the tensions finally boil over. A Panamanian officer fires on an American car when it runs a military checkpoint, and a U.S. Marine is killed.
La muerte de ese oficial norteamericano que derramó el vaso.
I will protect the lives of Americans in Panama, whether they're military or civilian. We will not let Americans' lives be put at risk by a dictator down there.
December 20, 1989. U.S. troops storm Panama City. Their mission? Secure the safety of Americans and take down Manuel Noriega.
The machete-wielding, El Man who had defied the U.S., for so many years, basically goes into hiding.
He did not issue one military order. Not one. He just ran and ran and ran. That says a lot about bullies. All bullies are basically cowards.
After resisting U.S. forces on its own for 4 days, the Panamanian army, vastly outnumbered, is defeated. The American invasion has left more than 1,000 Panamanians, soldiers and civilians, dead. 20,000 are homeless. And Noriega is still on the run. On Christmas Eve, he finds desperate refuge in Panama City's Vatican Embassy.
He believed the Vatican Embassy might provide safe haven to allow him to get out into exile someplace.
U.S. forces are quickly tipped off, but Noriega refuses to surrender. Outside, protesters call for his head, taunting him with chants of pineapple face. January 3, 1990. Panama's military dictator surrenders to the U.S., but with one condition.
He wanted to surrender in uniform, but the United States then did something that was very humiliating. As soon as Noriega was arrested, they made him take off his uniform and they took a picture of him with a wrinkled t-shirt Noriega looking like a common criminal. And that was the picture they put out around the world to show that Noriega was in custody.
After a tumultuous 6 years as Panama's dictator, the boy born with nothing, who once had everything, has just lost it all.
Noriega was incredibly greedy. He was not only corrupted by power, but he's also corrupted by greed. And that ended up being his downfall.
In 1992, in Miami, Florida, Manuel Noriega is convicted of drug trafficking, racketeering, and money laundering. He's sentenced to 40 years in prison. Panamanians rejoice in the streets. Noriega spends 25 years in custody in the US, France, and in the end, Panama. In 2017, he dies at the age of 83. At the height of his power, Noriega had amassed a fortune estimated at $600 million. Today, while his estates are crumbling, his country is rebuilding.
Panama got the canal back in 1999, and they have run it very successfully, very competently. Panama has become very, very prosperous.
The country has held free elections with mostly stable democratic governments since Noriega's arrest. The abuses of his rule have resulted in a landmark constitutional change: the abolition of the country's military.
That has been instrumental to democratic civilian control. The idea of a coup these days is very far-fetched.
El caso de Noriega sí debe mantenerse para que la juventud que viene subiendo siempre tenga presente que eso ocurrió y que no debe repetirse.
Next time on The Dictator's Playbook.
Franco had an idea of the authentic Spain. It was Catholic, protected property, the sanctity of marriage. All of these things were challenged by the left.
Franco believed that he should eliminate the left and their ideology.
Anyone who was a socialist, anyone who opposed the church.
Franco was someone who had never lost a minute's sleep over the crimes that were committed in his name.
To order The Dictator's Playbook on DVD, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. This program is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
Franco had an idea of the authentic Spain. It was Catholic, protected property, the sanctity of marriage. All of these things were challenged by the left.
Franco believed that he should eliminate the left and their ideology.
Anyone who was a socialist, anyone who opposed the church.
Franco was someone who had never lost a minute's sleep over the crimes that were committed in his name.
August 2017. In Valladolid, Spain, a mass grave is revealed. It is just one of more than 2,000 mass burial sites across the nation.
According to Amnesty International, Spain has the highest number of mass graves in the world after Cambodia.
This is the legacy of General Francisco Franco, victor of the Spanish Civil War. After taking control of the country in 1939, he secures his hold on the nation by unleashing a wave of violence against his countrymen.
There were probably 20,000 people executed after the Civil War, after the end of hostilities. It's a regime of terror.
Within 6 years, Adolf Hitler will take his own life. Benito Mussolini will be swinging from his heels. But Franco will rule Spain with ruthless efficiency for almost 40 years.
Franco was someone who had never lost a minute's sleep over the crimes that were committed in his name.
What drove this general to wage war on his people, destroy his country's new democracy, and establish Europe's longest dictatorship?
Dictatorships have had an incredible impact in the past century.
These dictators ended up learning from one another.
They're all different, but many use the same tactics.
The use of terror,
Propaganda.
Control the elite, create an enemy,
cult of personality.
Use violence.
These are tools that dictators use to stay in power.
The roots of Francisco Franco's dictatorship lie within deep divisions in the Spanish nation and within his own family. Born in 1892, Franco is the 7th generation of a naval dynasty. For almost 2 centuries, his family has sailed for the legendary Spanish fleet. Francisco dreams of joining them, but it's not to be. In 1898, when Franco is 6, Spain goes to war with the United States over control of Cuba. Spain's navy is devastated. When the Spanish-American War ends, the country has lost Cuba, Puerto Rico, and almost all of its empire. It is a wrenching and humiliating amputation.
There was an identity crisis if you didn't have an empire. It was a cultural, political trauma for families related to the military, for the military and the political elites, for the government.
As Spain's empire falls to pieces, so does Franco's home life. His father, Nicolas Franco, is a naval officer and a notorious man about town, known for his womanizing and drinking.
I think a lot of Franco's problems derive, of course, from the family dynamic. His father despised him. He had 2 brothers, and his father massively preferred the other 2. Franco's mother was a very strict Catholic. Franco was the mummy's boy. These 2 things, I think, created a sense of vulnerability, but also a sense that he had to prove himself.
Franco will adopt his mother's deeply conservative vision of Spain and devote his life to making it a reality. Yet he also wants to please his father, and that means a career in the military.
The problem with Franco is that he really wanted to be in the Navy. The Naval Academy was closed because Spain has lost most of its fleet in the war. So he has to settle for infantry, which was far less prestigious.
1907. Franco enters the Toledo Military Academy determined to be an officer. Small for his age and conspicuous for a high-pitched voice, he endures severe bullying.
Well, Franco was a very small person, and one of the ways in which he coped with being in the army was by creating a series of myths. And throughout his whole life, Franco was a bit like the Wizard of Oz. He was somebody who hid behind a series of masks.
When Franco graduates in 1910, his ambitions define him as much as his uniform. Spain's military class is obsessed with restoring the nation's prestige. For a young officer, the best place to start is in one of Spain's remaining colonial outposts, Morocco.
In Spain, in the peninsula, if you were an army officer, promotion was incredibly slow. It was dead men's shoes. Franco chose to go to Africa because it was the best place to get quick promotion.
1912. Moroccan rebels have launched a violent campaign to force the Spanish out. Lieutenant Franco is assigned to Spain's Army of Africa, a battalion of native Moroccans used for the fiercest fighting.
Going to Africa, he was lucky, didn't get killed, meant the possibility of rapid promotion. This is what Franco and many other officers did. They became high-ranking officers within a few years. If they survive.
The Army of Africa has a name for young officers like Franco: the betrothed of death. Of the first 42 officers assigned to the unit in 1912, only 7 are alive in 1915. And one of them is Franco. While fighting with the Army of Africa, he employs a tactic that will come to define his dictatorship.
Terror is the indiscriminate and arbitrary use of force that can incite fear in the hearts of people.
These acts of terror are public. They're meant to be public. They're meant to be seen.
The experience in Morocco, the experience of colonial war, which is war without limits. Completely wild war against civilians, where torture and mass killings are allowed. These definitely shape his character.
His unit becomes infamous for its bloodthirsty tactics.
They cut the ears and the noses of their Moroccan rebels. They take pictures of themselves with these trophies. This is a brutal war. And this is where this man is finding his personality, who he is.
Obviously, it would be impossible to know that Franco arrived as a young soldier in Africa, determined that one day he would be the dictator of Spain. It wasn't like that. But very soon we can see lots and lots of pieces of evidence of just how calculating he was.
Franco learns that fear can be useful with subordinates as well as enemies.
One of his soldiers refused to eat his lunch one day and threw it back in the face of one of the officers. Franco had that soldier shot, and then he forced the rest of the battalion to parade past the corpse of this dead soldier to remind them of the need for discipline.
Terror is his tactic, and the Army of Africa is his tool. One day he will use both to seize ultimate power in Spain. But in 1916, he has a young officer testing his limits and building a reputation for bravery.
To be courageous, you need to know fear. You need to have the imagination to know what you're letting yourself in for. And Franco, in my view, was empty inside. He seems to have had little or no emotion. So when it said, Franco is a man who knew no fear, I believe that. I believe he knew no fear. And that, to me, for what it's worth, is not courage.
In June, Franco's unit makes a frontal assault on insurgents' trenches.
This is very dangerous, and the sharpshooters of the rebels target officers.
Leading from the front, Franco takes a bullet. His unit loses 56 of its 133 men. And Franco is nearly one of them. At the time, an abdominal wound is often a death sentence. Against all odds, he makes a full recovery and is promoted to major. To his Moroccan troops, Franco's survival is a sign.
They started to say that he had baraka, like a sort of blessing, good luck. So they follow him blindly.
For Franco, it's confirmation that his life has a purpose.
That adulation persuaded him that he was someone special, that he'd been chosen, perhaps by Providence, perhaps by God, to help Spain.
In a very famous interview, he said, "Without Africa, I do not know how to understand myself."
Franco's African experience is also an opportunity to enhance his reputation.
In Morocco, you have this group of embedded journalists who are quite pro-war, who are there to promote, to make popular the cause of the war among the Spanish public. They have been sent by the newspapers from Madrid, from Barcelona, from the provinces, and they are looking for heroes.
Very early on, he began to cultivate journalists. Say from about 1916 onwards, there are more and more articles about him.
He became very political as well, because there is one thing is the officer in combat, and then the officer who tells the story of the combat. And something that Franco learned very early is how to please the press with the right stories.
The national right-wing newspaper starts to refer to him as El As de la Legión, the ace of the Legion.
In 1926, Franco is promoted to Brigadier General. At 33, he is the youngest general in all of Europe. The bullied little cadet is a certified war hero. Africa has given him the respect he craves and the tactics that will mark his rise to power. But now, at the peak of his career, a tide of political change could destroy his dreams for Spain. The convulsions of the First World War and the Russian Revolution of 1917 have transformed European society. By contrast, with its enduring monarchy, Spain seems tradition-bound. The population is largely rural, and the Catholic Church a powerful force. But even here, change is brewing.
The country was industrializing, the country was becoming more urban. There were huge pockets of poverty, very strong social inequalities, and the political system was problematic.
The gap between rich and poor is a fault line that divides Spanish society.
Those who have knew what they had and they knew how to go about keeping it, whereas all those who wanted to change things all had very different ideas.
Inspired by Russia's communist revolution, many turned to socialism, which is sweeping countries like France and Germany. Others look to the fascism of Benito Mussolini's Italy. Some blame the Catholic Church for complicity in maintaining an oppressive status quo.
You go into Spanish churches and they have, gold altars and so on, in places where the people were starving. This created huge hatred.
Anarchists want to tear down the existing power structure.
So all of this is happening, and for people like Franco and traditionalists, those kind of related to the military, this is really absolutely beyond the pale. This is not what they want. They're looking back to an imperial Spain of centuries gone, where there was hierarchy, where people knew their place.
April 1931. Support for the monarchy is plummeting. Facing a possible insurrection, the Spanish king agrees to step down.
King Alfonso XIII steps down in 1931 because the country rejects him.
He didn't have the support of sufficient numbers of Old Spain. There was an awful lot of animus against Alfonso XIII, not against the monarchy so much as against him personally. So there's a sense of new constituencies knocking on the door of an old system and wanting some kind of representation.
Within months, a new republic is formed and a left-leaning government established. A new constitution guarantees a free press and regular elections. Every Spanish adult, man or woman, can vote. But not everyone is celebrating this tide of change.
Franco had an idea of the authentic Spain. It was Catholic, it protected property, protected the sanctity of marriage. All of these things were challenged by the left.
The left threatens his vision of Spain. Soon, he'll have the opportunity to strike back. November 1933. Spain swings to the right as a coalition of conservative parties wins the next election. Franco, the hero of Africa, is promoted to Major General. But almost a year later, socialists and anarchists stage a massive strike in the coal-rich region of Asturias in the northwest. The right-wing government turns to Franco, who welcomes the chance to restore order.
Communists and socialists offended him in a way automatically. He was very religious, very Catholic. He saw people on the left as atheists who did not believe in God.
To warn the left against further acts of rebellion, he turns to a tactic used by other would-be strongmen.
So for Franco, terror is a form of communication. You don't have to attack every single person who belongs to these organizations. If you use terror against some of them, it sends the signal that anyone whose loyalty goes to these leftist movements is going to be in trouble.
He ordered troops from the Army of Africa to go to Asturias. By doing that, he knows that it's going to take there troops that are ruthless, very violent.
Franco's troops round up more than 3,000 Spaniards and gun them down.
That was a symbol of his ruthlessness. He had the coast bombarded by the Spanish Navy. He had the mining villages bombed by the Spanish Air Force.
30,000 prisoners are transported to colonial territories outside Spain to serve their sentences.
He did what he had been doing in Africa. It was mass repression. It was colonial war, basically. But for the first time, it was colonial war that was applied in the metropolis. It was not longer a war against the Moroccans. It was war against the Spaniards.
And it was not just an opportunity to prove himself militarily. There was also an element of politics in that. So it was kind of his first taste of politics, a chance for him to prove himself in a sphere that was beyond the purely military.
It also gave him the conviction that he was the man that could save Spain from all these challenges from the left.
Franco suppresses the uprising, but his tactics trigger a political explosion. Left-wing parties are appalled by his brutality. They band together into a coalition called the Popular Front. On February 16, 1936, Spaniards go to the polls once again. The pendulum swings, and the right-wing government is ejected. The Popular Front emerges with a majority in parliament. It's a disaster for Franco. But the worst is yet to come. Worried about a military coup, the Popular Front sidelines key right-wing generals. Franco himself is banished to one of Spain's last colonial possessions, the Canary Islands, 100 kilometers off the coast of Africa and 2,000 kilometers from Madrid.
The Minister of War decides that to keep these guys out of trouble, they will be posted as far away where they can do least damage.
In exile, the generals watch as Spain's new leaders steer the nation to the left. Even worse, they learn that left-wing extremists have been torching churches and executing priests. To save Spain, the exiled generals plot a coup, and they ask Franco to take a leading role. But a military coup is the ultimate gamble.
He was cautious about getting involved in this uprising. He'd seen other similar attempts at military rebellions fail. He was worried that that would happen again.
If the coup fails, Franco will be executed as a traitor. For days, he deliberates. He has a wife, he has a child, he has a career. But circumstances will force his hand. On July 13, 1936, Jose Calvo Sotelo, a leading right-wing politician, is assassinated in Madrid.
What clinched it for Franco, what made the difference, was the murder of Jose Calvo Sotelo.
He is murdered whilst in the custody of Republican police. The funeral for Calvo Sotelo is turned into a kind of show of strength. In a sense, it is the trigger.
For Spaniards on the right, the assassination is an outrage. For Franco and the generals, it's the final straw. July 18, 1936. Wearing civilian clothes, Franco secretly boards a plane that will carry him to Africa. The coup is on.
Franco was given the responsibility for Morocco because of his track record as a major player in the colonial history of Spain.
His mission, lead the Army of Africa into Spain. It's the beginning of a bloody struggle between bitter enemies, the right-wing nationalists against the left-wing Republicans. Franco gets the Army of Africa to support the coup. Now, he has to get them to Spain. But transporting thousands of men and their equipment across the Strait of Gibraltar would be a massive undertaking, even in peacetime. And for Franco, there's an added complication. The Spanish Navy has refused to join the coup, and its ships are patrolling the strait.
The Army of Africa is basically trapped in North African territory, so the straits are very effectively blocked. Speed is of the essence.
Franco needs planes to jump the strait and join the fight. Audaciously, he turns to a pair of strongmen, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. They leap at the chance to use Spain as a testing ground for new weapons and tactics. Making some 800 flights, German and Italian Air Force planes take 14,000 men across the Mediterranean into Spain.
So Without the help of the fascist powers, the Army of Africa would have had a very tough time.
This is seen as the first major airlift in modern history and absolutely crucial to the coup on mainland Spain.
Franco's airlift astonishes his Republican enemies and advances his status among his co-conspirators. While other generals fight across Spain, he begins a merciless advance north towards Madrid.
The Army of Africa is a killing machine, and it's up against the civilian population in the south of Spain. There is no army. It was basically meeting peasants with farm implements. Every time they arrived at a destination, or indeed just en route, they just massacre people.
Franco's forces soon reached the city of Badajoz, near the Portuguese border.
He encouraged his officers to be extremely brutal, often savage, when they were waging their campaigns. When they took a town in the Civil War, a few hours after the taking of that town, there would be absolute carnage.
Basically, the left-wingers who were captured were rounded up, and then they were machine-gunned.
In the Badajoz massacre, some 4,000 suspected leftists are murdered, and it's not an isolated event. In retaliation, some Republican extremists turn on the church. Priests and other clergy are executed for siding with the nationalists.
There is this kind of mass attack on anyone who is symbolically representative of the church, because the ecclesiastical hierarchy backs the coup.
Spain is split. The coup has ignited a battle for the soul of the nation.
Franco believed that he should do whatever was possible, whatever was at his disposal to eliminate the left and their ideology.
His ruthlessness is not limited to his enemies. Officers who failed to support the coup are executed, including his own cousin and childhood playmate. To show mercy is to show weakness. The future dictator is preparing his path to power.
At the very beginning, while the other generals were mainly concerned with how they went about winning the war, Franco had set up a press office whose main purpose was to project Franco in the world's press as the leader of the military coup, which at that stage he wasn't.
To claim the leadership, he calls for a meeting of the top brass. September 21, 1936. Franco's fellow generals fly in from every sector of nationalist Spain to a temporary airstrip near Salamanca.
The really big thing on Franco's side in the quest for power was the fact that he was the commander of the African army. Franco had been instrumental in securing the help of Hitler and Mussolini.
So they basically saw him as somebody who could unite them all and keep them together for the duration of the war.
The other generals vote to make Franco the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Although he is ranked 23rd in seniority, no one else has the combination of combat experience, political savvy, and connections. Franco is now the Generalissimo, the first among generals, a major step on his road to power.
The cunning with which he got to be dictator, the cunning with which he rose to the top, is very evident.
But for now, Franco only controls parts of Spain. To rule it all, he will need the support of the pillars of Spanish society. And to earn it, he will use a key tactic from the Dictator's Playbook.
The Achilles heel of any dictatorship is the elites and whether or not they support them. And that's why dictators so early on want to get control over their elites. They want to ensure that they're completely loyal to them.
There were 2 or 3 sectors whose consent was crucial for his survival. This was the church, it was the military, and it was the higher classes, the aristocracy and the industrialists.
With the support of the military assured, Franco sets his sights on the pillar of traditional Spanish society, the Catholic Church. September 1936. Rather than advance on the Republican stronghold of Madrid, Franco pivots to Toledo. There, a small group of nationalist soldiers is besieged in the city's ancient fortress, the Alcazar. Although Toledo has no strategic value, it has something more important. It is the historic center of Spanish Catholicism.
Franco decides to detour to relieve the siege of the military fortress. It is particularly seen as a symbol of imperial Christian Spain.
Franco's forces crush the Republican army in Toledo and take the town.
Franco personally wasn't there when Toledo was relieved. However, he was there the next day. The newsreel cameras were there to see Franco arrive in order to be able to project to the world this view that Franco was the hero who had saved Toledo.
Franco, greeted as the savior of the 1,900 men and women and children who held out in this shattered fortress and in caverns underneath.
He projected himself as a major world figure.
He has an ambition and is clearly looking beyond the war to a political phase, to a phase of being in control of Spain beyond the war.
When the coup began, Franco was just one of many generals. Now, he has established his reputation as a military mastermind and the savior of Spanish Catholicism.
Just imagine, mid-July 1936, you are a general, semi-isolated from your colleagues. 2 months afterwards, you are the head of the main army of the rebels with no rival for powers and about to take Madrid. He cannot believe his luck. Must be God. What other explanation?
October 1936. Nationalist forces controlled the western half of Spain. But much of the nation remains under the control of the Republican Popular Front. To rule the country, Franco must take its political, financial, and administrative center.
To convince all Spaniards and to convince the rest of the world that he had won, he needed to take Madrid.
For weeks, Franco throws everything at the capital. Artillery, aerial bombardment, frontal attacks. But the city won't fall.
The Republic basically concentrates its forces in Madrid. And as long as it can prevent Madrid being encircled, it can survive.
Soon, Franco's drive to take Madrid gets even harder, as his enemies gain a powerful new ally. The Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin has agreed to arm the Republic and its left-wing government.
When it's clear that Franco is going to be able to take Madrid, the Soviet Union offers to support the Republic.
What was meant to be a quick coup d'etat is now a full-blown civil war.
En la que La mitad de los españoles, incluso dentro de las mismas familias, había unos hermanos que eran partidarios de Franco y otros hermanos que defendían la República.
He has conquered large swaths of Spanish territory, but Franco's domination is far from complete. In many of the regions he now controls, half of his fellow citizens are against him. He is determined to vanquish them all. While the Nationalist Army continues its battles, Franco sets out to eliminate civilian opposition in the land he's seized. To do this, he employs another tactic of dictatorship.
Franco wanted to defeat the left, but he also wanted to eliminate them. He wanted to make sure that there was no vestige left of that ideology.
Franco creates the Supreme Court of Military Justice, a vast bureaucracy dedicated to prosecuting those who oppose him.
And you were open to prosecution if you had any connections with Republican politics or sympathies. So people can be brought before military courts for activities that go back to 1934.
They applied the military code to the enemies by accusing those who defended the Republic of the crime of rebellion, which is what the Francos had committed.
There must be a social cleansing of all of the elements in society who have allowed the Republic to exist and who are now our enemies.
Silvia Navarro's grandfather was one of those enemies.
Acuden a casa, a su casa. Precisamente es mi abuela, junto con uno de mis tíos, quien abre la puerta a, bueno, pues a policías municipales.
José Antonio Marco Viedma was a prominent businessman in the city of Calatayud and a Republican.
Se llevan a José Antonio. El mismo día es asesinado, como digo, el 2 de septiembre, junto con otras 15 personas de la ciudad de Calatayud. Es asesinado, fusilado en las tapias del cementerio municipal.
All dictators use violence against their people. In the case of Spain, the scale of intrasocial violence is unique. Most victims, like 99%, were Spaniards. And this is interesting because Franco was actually perceiving at least half of Spain as not properly Spanish. So you can inflict this terrible violence to your own people if you consider that they are not actually your own people, that they are, in a way, foreigners.
City by city, town by town, Franco's forces arrest not just Popular Front leaders and party faithful, but anyone with Republican sympathies.
It's not just a tactic for a military campaign, it's a form of political readjustment. Removing the kind of people that made the Republic possible, this will be never possible again. It's a form of social engineering.
As the war progresses, Franco intensifies his attacks on civilians. His allies in the German and Italian air forces begin to obliterate towns and villages. Guernica, Durango, Barcelona, Madrid.
The idea was that you would terrorize and demoralize the civilian population, and this would be a crucial instrument of war. It's the war against civilians, waged with the new technology.
1939. As Spain tears itself apart, Europe braces for war. Conserving its resources for the coming conflict, the Soviet Union withdraws its support of the Republic. By February, what's left of the Popular Front's army collapses. March 27th. Franco's forces parade through Madrid. After the loss of 500,000 lives, the Civil War is over. 3 years after crossing the Strait of Gibraltar, Francisco Franco is the dictator of all Spain. In the nationalist regions, victory celebrations echo into the dawn. In what were once Republican regions, people are fleeing for their lives.
Large numbers of people had fled Madrid. I mean, thousands upon thousands of people fled to the coast, hoping to be able to get away.
Victory gives Franco the opportunity to complete his transformation of Spanish society.
The war is not really ending with the end of the battlefield phase, but becoming basically a war against the defeated.
He launches another wave of targeted arrests and killings of anyone with connections to the old government.
It's very much to send a signal to anyone who opposed the church, anyone who was a socialist, anyone who joined the organizations of the political left.
Beyond Spain's borders, the Second World War burns across Europe. To the outside world, Spain is officially neutral. But within, the dictator's war against his people is just getting started. In the course of 3 years, nearly 250,000 people are imprisoned. 28,000 are executed.
This was essential in Franco's strategy because he had to completely exterminate all opposition to his regime so that he could rule for the next 40 years.
As he transforms Spanish society, he turns to another tactic of dictatorships.
Indoctrination is largely a process of preventing people from hearing alternative narratives. It's a way of giving substance to fear and reminding people of the risks of life without the regime that is currently in power.
People were obliged to think what the regime wanted them to think. There was total control of the education system. There was total control of the media.
Indoctrination in the Franco regime is quite unique in that it systematically used the procedures of Catholic indoctrination. So there was even a catechism that was used to tell very young children about Franco, about the regime, about how good this was.
For Franco, indoctrination cannot begin soon enough. In prison, if a Republican woman is pregnant, she is allowed to carry her baby to term. Then the child is taken and placed in a properly Spanish family.
They went to the prisons and they kidnapped the babies for the Republican woman because they say the woman can provocate the transmission of the democracy for the children, and then take the children and put the children in Catholic institutions or Catholic families.
They say that Franco is a man chosen by God and that he's there doing God's will. The children at the time in religious and in lay schools are being taught that Franco's life is like the life of Christ.
Catholicism was key to the entire ideology of the regime. The idea was, we are going to torture you, we are going to kill you, but we are doing that because you're evil, and we are doing this because we need to redeem you. But it is for your own good. because we want you to go to heaven, and for that you have to be punished, you have to suffer. There were these ideas of sin and redemption that were so Catholic and that were so Spanish.
(1945). Hitler commits suicide. Mussolini is executed. The Second World War is over. But Spain's dictator remains. Franco's fortunes are helped by a shift in the political winds. As the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union begins, Franco's extreme anti-communism makes him an ally of the West.
By the 1950s, Eisenhower visits Spain, and Franco presents himself as the kind of sentinel of the West, this anti-communist warrior who can keep the continent safe.
Franco has free rein to continue his state of terror.
There were hundreds of thousands of Republicans that were in jail.
But there are pockets of resistance. University student Nicolas Sanchez is one of the resistors. After taking part in a peaceful demonstration, he is arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison. To deal with prisoners like Nicolas Sanchez, Franco uses a classic dictator's tool.
Well, there's two functions of gulags. One is creating fear. A second function of these gulags is that they want certain people out of the way. And they want to use them as examples of what could happen to you if you step out of line.
There were also concentration camps that were used to build fortifications, railroads, dams. That was heavy work.
Franco uses slave labor to build a massive monument to the victory of his regime. He calls it the Valley of the Fallen.
Most of the people who worked in the Valley of the Fallen were political prisoners. For each year they worked in the Valley of the Fallen, they did not have to spend 5 years in prison. They were given the choice. But it is not that they liked to be there. It is that the other option was much worse.
In 1959, after almost 20 years of hard labor, the dictator's tribute to himself is finished.
The monumental scale is an indication of their overweening desire to control the societies that they rule. But it is a reflection of an aspiration to some kind of eternal influence in the future of their own countries.
Not only is the monument complete, so is Franco's domination of Spanish politics and society. To hold a political opinion is to commit a crime.
That prevented people from entering politics, because politics were associated with conflict and with war. The main success of this strategy was associating politics with danger. And it was very successful at least until the late 1960s.
Franco has achieved what he set out to do. He has frozen Spain in time. His regime secure, he cultivates the image of a benign international statesman and paternal sovereign.
In later life, this dictator, this mass murderer, was projected as the kind of grandfather of his people.
After almost 30 years in power, the patriarch faces one last challenge. Who will rule Spain when he dies? 1969. Franco announces that Juan Carlos, the grandson of King Alfonso XIII, will be his successor. The dying dictator hopes the new king will keep Spain locked in the past. But when Franco dies on November 20, 1975, his regime dies with him. Now king, Juan Carlos defies Franco's final wish. He moves to dismantle the dictatorship and restores Spain to democracy. Less than 2 years later, Spaniards hold their first democratic election in more than 40 years. The results mirror the election of 1936. The left wing wins by a narrow margin. Franco's attempt to obliterate socialism has failed. But the consequences of his dictatorship haunt Spain to this day. Over the past 10 years, Spaniards have confronted Franco's crimes against humanity.
According to Amnesty International, Spain has the highest number of mass graves in the world after Cambodia. So there are all these unmarked graves around the country, and this issue has not been resolved.
In Spain, we have the names and the orders of names of 113,000 civilians missing in mass graves. For example, in Malaga, in the south of Spain, in a cemetery, there is a group of graves with 4,300 people.
There is considerable disquiet, discomfort, resentment about the fact that there's never been any real process of seeking justice for those who were murdered during the Civil War.
And I think our history is part of the black box of Europe. And we have to recover the black box, and we have to solve the sounds in this black box.
The legacy is the emptiness that he caused in Spanish society. All the wealth, the human wealth and the material wealth that the Spanish Civil War and the brutal dictatorship caused on Spanish society. So how do you evaluate that? How do you fix that? I don't have an answer.
Next time on The Dictator's Playbook.
Idi Amin made a mark for himself.
He tapped into something big.
He represented a fresh start.
A future for Uganda.
Critics have written Amin off as a buffoon, but he was far more cunning.
A soldier, charismatic.
Distracting people from the repression.
8 years he was in power, almost 300,000 people were massacred.
He was ruthless, which good soldiers are.
To order The Dictator's Playbook on DVD, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. This program is also available on Amazon Prime Video.
Idi Amin made a mark for himself.
He tapped into something big.
He represented a fresh start.
A future for Uganda.
Critics have written Amin off as a buffoon, but he was far more cunning.
A soldier, charismatic.
Distracting people from the repression.
8 years he was in power, almost 300,000 people were massacred.
He was ruthless, which good soldiers are.
June 1975. With the world press looking on, Uganda's dictator Idi Amin is about to pick a fight with his country's former colonial ruler, Great Britain.
Amin called himself the conqueror of the British Empire.
The target of his anti-imperialist fury is a British citizen living in Uganda, Dennis Hills, an author who plans to publish a book that is critical of Amin. The dictator wants Hills to face a firing squad.
Any British citizen
who is here against me or against the people of Uganda, he will face the law of the country.
The British know this is no idle threat. Amin's regime is infamous for its torture chambers, state-sanctioned murders, and public executions.
The scale of violence was immense. In the 8 years that he was in power, almost 300,000 people were massacred.
Queen Elizabeth herself writes a letter to Amin, asking for clemency. The dictator ignores her plea. In the end, it's Britain that blinks. The Foreign Secretary flies to Uganda to secure Hill's release. The author apologizes for his book, and Britain even agrees to review its foreign aid to Uganda.
It was a very clever setup by Amin.
Critics have written Amin off as a buffoon, as a big dumb brute. But in actual fact, Amin was far more strategic, calculating, cunning, clever than anyone would have ever imagined.
Idi Amin rose to power from humble beginnings, won the affection of millions of Ugandans, and struck fear in the hearts of his many opponents. Was he just a murderous tyrant, or was there a method to his madness?
Dictatorships have had an incredible impact in the past century.
These dictators ended up learning from one another.
They're all different, but many use the same tactics.
The use of terror,
propaganda,
control the elite,
create an enemy,
cult of personality,
use violence.
These are tools that dictators use to stay in power.
Uganda, 1952. Idi Amin's rise to power begins in the colonial army, the institution that will, more than any other, shape the kind of dictator he will become. The 24-year-old is an ambitious young corporal in the King's African Rifles, the British Empire's elite military force in East Africa.
Individuals like Amin were recruited into the King's African Rifles to help the British maintain order. They were essentially the muscle behind the colonial establishment.
British explorers began arriving in the 19th century, drawn by the wealth of coffee, tobacco, and gold. In 1894, new international border lines were drawn, and the British Protectorate of Uganda was established. For centuries, this part of Eastern Africa had been home to dozens of free tribal peoples and ancient kingdoms, like the Buganda, Toro, Ankole, and Busoga. Now, the British have full control of the country, occupy its best lands with white settlers, and exploit its natural resources.
Colonial rule, caused hardships. Because colonial rule destroyed our kingdoms, destroyed our rulers. If colonial rule had not come, we would be somewhere. We would be better off.
Under the British-controlled government, Africans like Idi Amin are condemned to a life with almost no political or economic agency.
The colonial powers thought that Africans were inferior to all white people. They were seen as being particularly primitive, unable to look after themselves or rule themselves. Amin very much grew up within that system.
Amin is from a small tribal group called the Kakwa, part of Uganda's Muslim minority. And as an African, Amin can strive to become a sergeant major, but he can never be commissioned as an officer. In spite of these disadvantages, he is determined to exceed expectations, break barriers, and rise through the ranks as far as he can.
Amin was always thinking about ways that he could get ahead.
Idi Amin, when I joined the battalion, was a very junior soldier then, and although he was illiterate, virtually no education at all, he made a mark for himself extremely quickly. Amin was strong, athletic, he had good skills on the rifle range. He was known to be ruthless, which good soldiers are. You've got to be.
People who knew him as a child said that he was very violent, and in fact, he would get into these punching matches with other children. And one of his former childhood friends said that there were times that if they had not intervened to break up the fight, Amin would have killed the other child.
But it's in the colonial army that Amin learns to harness violence and use it to advance his own interests. It's a lesson he will apply time and time again on his path to dictatorship.
Violence is extremely important to almost any dictator because it can be used as an opportunity to not only consolidate their hold over power, to also get rid of opposing forces, to get rid of external threats.
Amin's use of violence was not mindless, it was measured. And the object was always to keep the hold on power.
He wanted to very clearly, very publicly, very visibly demonstrate that he was invincible and that no one could threaten him.
In 1952, Amin will get an opportunity to use violence as a way to launch his rise to power. In neighboring Kenya, a rebellion has broken out, and it threatens to spread across the region. An alliance of tribesmen known as the Mau Mau, fed up with colonial oppression, stage armed attacks on British-owned farms and properties. As dozens of white settlers are killed, terror grips the colonial population throughout East Africa.
The British were up in arms because, for the first time, they were being targeted.
The colonial authorities aim to stop the uprising by any means necessary.
The British stamped it out with a great deal of force and violence. And it certainly seems that there were a lot of atrocities committed by the British, but that doesn't mean that the British officers were doing the killing and the torturing themselves. They were getting their African soldiers to do it for them.
They picked their best soldiers to lead the fight. Among them is Corporal Idi Amin. In the spring of 1953, Amin is part of the first wave of colonial forces to take on the Mau Mau. His skill as a warrior will be put to the test on a nighttime patrol, deep in the Kenyan rainforest.
My memory is that Idi Amin was actually leading that patrol at the time. We were ambushed by a Mau Mau gang, and he was very nearly decapitated. Idi reacted extremely quickly. Then the rest of the Mau Mau gang, they started to attack us as well, and we only had a very quick engagement.
The skirmish is as lethal as it is quick. Several Mau Mau are killed, and the rest flee.
Amin was involved in extremely harsh types of violence against the Mau Mau. But of course, this is something that pleased the British.
Throughout the 1950s, as the Mau Mau guerrilla war rages on, Amin sees regular combat, developing a reputation for ferocity that pleases his commanding officers.
So there's a certain level of cruelty that he learned in the colonial laboratory. And the fact that he was promoted at every level meant that this cruelty was seen as functional.
For the future dictator, the message is clear. Violence is how you solve problems. Violence is how you get ahead. By 1960, the Mau Mau uprising is all but crushed. More than 10,000 rebels have been killed, and thousands more incarcerated and tortured in detention camps. For Amin, his success on the battlefield positions him perfectly for his next move. But there's an obstacle. Amin has already risen to the highest possible rank for an African enlisted man, and further promotion is impossible. The Colonial Officer Corps is whites only. But on February 3, 1960, Amin's prospects change overnight. British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan announces a decision that will remake the continent. Britain will grant independence to all its African colonies.
After the Second World War, really, it became increasingly obvious to the British that they couldn't maintain the empire as it was and had been. Partly that was because of economic weakness after having fought such a long war. Partly it was because of international pressure.
In Uganda, dramatic change begins even before the British withdraw. Democratic elections will be held to decide the country's new leader. And for the first time, black soldiers get the opportunity to rise above the ranks of enlisted men. In 1961, Amin is commissioned as a lieutenant, the first of 2 Ugandan officers in the entire colonial army.
I think probably for Amin, independence would have represented both a threat and an opportunity. It would have represented a threat because his power base up till then had been very much through the British, particularly through the military part of British colonial rule. Independence meant that a lot of his power base was disappearing, and so he would have to develop a different set of strategies for succeeding, getting on, and winning.
Finally, on October 9, 1962, Uganda officially gains independence from Britain. And the transfer of power is complete. Idi Amin, along with millions of his fellow Ugandans, celebrate their liberation from foreign rule.
At the time of independence, I was in government as a public civil servant, and we are all thrilled, we are excited. Here we are, young men, and blacks taking charge of the country.
For Idi Amin, the end of colonialism has given him a status beyond anything he had ever dreamed possible. Now, he sees the opportunity to rise even further through the ranks and become the supreme commander of the military.
What he soon came to recognize is that by getting rid of the British, there created a space from which he could enter and assume power.
Amin allies himself with the one man who can give him further promotion, the new democratically elected Prime Minister of Uganda, Milton Obote.
Obote and Amin were really polar opposites. Obote was an intellectual, a politician, a very educated man. Amin was a soldier, strong, charismatic, very popular among the rank and file. It was useful for Obote to have a military ally, and it was certainly useful for Amin to have a political ally.
Obote knows he will need the army to back up his fragile coalition government, already rife with infighting. He sees Amin, the fierce up-and-coming officer, as the ideal man to help protect his authority. Within 3 years, Obote promotes Amin all the way to colonel and deputy commander of the army. The two men have built a powerful alliance, but they're about to face a crisis that could destroy them both. In 1966, Obote's government is facing intense opposition from its main rival, the Kingdom of Buganda. This ancient tribal group, whose ancestral lands cover much of the southern part of the country, has long sought more power and autonomy in Uganda. Now, the Bugandan king, Kabaka Mutesa II, is leading the call for regime change. The Bugandans claim they have uncovered a criminal conspiracy implicating Obote and the man they see as his lackey, Idi Amin. The Bugandans are right. For more than a year, Amin has been abusing his senior position in the army. With Obote's support, he has built a huge smuggling network, supplying arms to rebels and mercenaries in the jungles of Congo. In exchange for guns, Amin has funneled large sums of cash, gold, ivory, and coffee into Uganda, making him and the Prime Minister very rich men.
Amin had actually profited significantly from these deals. The $30,000 had miraculously appeared into his own bank account.
For the Bugandans, the illegal arms deal is proof that Obote and Amin must go. The Bugandan king prepares to mount an armed rebellion against the government. Amin is at risk of losing everything he has worked so hard to achieve: his status, his wealth, his power. Obote and Amin respond quickly to the crisis. Amin orders his forces to surround the Bugandan palace in the capital city, Kampala. The next day, they attack and set the palace ablaze. Scores of rebels are killed, and the Bugandan king flees the country. With Amin's support, Obote uses the incident as an excuse to suspend the constitution and outlaw all remaining opposition parties. He's begun to transform Uganda's fledgling democracy into a dictatorship. Many Ugandans are appalled by Obote's power grab, but there is little resistance. They know any protest would mean facing the wrath of Idi Amin and his army. In return for helping to secure Obote's power, Amin gets the ultimate promotion.
He became commander of the army, and he became unchallenged military leader within the country.
The man who was once a lowly foot soldier in the colonial army now controls the military, a powerful tool in any dictatorship.
The army has all the guns and trained soldiers. And if the dictatorship wants to establish a monopoly over the coercive apparatus of the state, number one, and number two, the legitimate use of violence within the state, then absolutely you need the cooperation of the military.
As commander of the army, Amin has never been stronger. He will do whatever it takes to protect his position.
Amin recognized that the military could be the ultimate arbiter of power and that he didn't need to necessarily follow the orders of a president. And so once he was head of the military, Amin began amassing supporters by recruiting heavily from his home region, his so-called ethnic kin, to build up a greater base of support.
Obote catches wind of what Amin is up to, but he knows a direct confrontation with his powerful military commander would be far too risky.
As it became increasingly aware to Obote that Amin might actually become a threat to his own hold on power, Obote began trying to find ways to stifle him.
Obote turns to his internal spy organization to keep tabs on the military. stacking the army officer corps with loyalists who covertly keep an eye on Amin.
So over time, it was this calculated game of chess.
By 1971, Obote believes he has enough support in the army to move against his disloyal commander. Obote plans to strip Idi Amin of his rank, his power, and even his freedom. On January 5th, the president leaves Uganda to attend the Commonwealth Conference in Singapore. While he is abroad, he gives orders for the immediate arrest of Idi Amin.
Obote sent a message back to Uganda, to the military, saying that Amin should be arrested for subversion.
But Obote has badly underestimated the army's loyalty to its commanding officer. Amin has spent years building up a force whose rank-and-file troops are more loyal to him than to the government.
The message from Obote was actually intercepted by a lower-ranking soldier who was loyal to Amin, who then relayed the message on to Amin. He saw the writing on the wall. He knew that he was going to be eliminated.
Amin counters Obote's move with the ultimate power play. With his army behind him, he stages a coup. Amin orders his troops to fan out across the Ugandan capital. Tanks surround Obote's residence and block major roads. His forces engage in running gun battles with the few army units still loyal to Obote. Within hours, all opposition is crushed, and Amin has control of Uganda. Milton Obote, thousands of miles from home, is caught off guard.
Dr. Obote will come back to Uganda as a citizen of Uganda, but not as a president of the Republic of Uganda.
Some Ugandans have secretly hoped for this moment, convinced that Obote is a corrupt, out-of-touch elitist who is getting what he deserves.
Obote had become increasingly unpopular among many Ugandan groups.
Many folks saw him as removed from the masses, and they wanted him overthrown.
Obote does not return home. Instead, Amin forces him into exile in neighboring Tanzania. Amin has defeated his nemesis and taken power. But he faces a problem. Many Ugandans are deeply suspicious of this military commander who is now in charge of their country.
Many people were on edge. They were very nervous about what was coming.
Amin comes up with a shrewd political solution. To win the hearts of the people, he sets aside his aggressive tendencies and launches a nationwide charm offensive.
When Amin came in, his first few weeks, we were just barnstorming tours across the country.
Amin was a master strategist. He was very good at reading people, and he knew what they needed to hear and when.
Amin assures the public that under his leadership, the promise of independence will finally be realized. Improved housing, better jobs, a brighter future.
He talked a strong anti-colonial line. He talked the language of the African man taking over power over his own country and his own economy. He made all the right noises.
Amin's popularity soars to even greater heights when he promises a return to democracy.
Would you like to stand for Parliament yourself? I am not ambitious of standing for power, but my job is that I want to hand over the government clean to somebody who is coming. And that's what I want. And then I can go back to barracks and then take again order from him. You will see me, I'm coming, saluting him and obey his order.
He represented a fresh start. It was a time of possibility and hope and excitement.
But Amin's extraordinary popularity and his newfound power spur him to consider a different plan. March 1971. Just 2 months after the coup, Amin extinguishes all hope of democracy. He reestablishes a dictatorship and takes Uganda for himself.
Power corrupts. So once you go into this position and you realize as an individual what you are able to do with power, then you want to keep it rather than give it away.
Amin has much of the country's lower class behind him. But the new dictator faces fierce opposition from many who still believe Milton Obote is the rightful leader of Uganda.
At the very beginning of his regime, he was absolutely terrified of being overthrown. Different military leaders, cabinet officials, and the soldiers who were associated with the former president, Milton Obote, were a threat to Amin because they had the ability to potentially threaten his hold on power.
Amin is determined to avoid his predecessor's fate, and he moves quickly to stamp out any dissent. He will follow the lead of dictators before him and build a potent weapon to defend himself and his regime against internal threats.
Having control over the secret police is an incredibly important tool for any dictatorship, particularly in the beginning. They have to set the tone and set the message straight that nobody can be disloyal and survive this regime.
Amin begins to transform Uganda into a police state. He establishes a vast network of secret agents, spies, and enforcers at every level of the government, the military, and even on the public streets. Many members of Amin's secret police are easily identifiable in their flowery shirts, dark sunglasses, and flashy cars.
What happened after the coup spoke volumes. All he was interested was how the army would deal with any opposition to his leadership.
The secret police make thousands of arrests, rounding up targets without warning, day or night, in military barracks, public streets, and private homes.
If he suspected you to be in conversation with his opponents, you know, he would not just delay, he would just remove you instantly. Not putting them before a judicial system, just murdering.
Within the first year of Amin's regime, an estimated 10,000 Ugandans are murdered by the state.
They want certain people out of the way because they regard them as infections that could spread. And they want to use them as examples of what could happen to you if you step out of line.
But it's behind the locked doors of his secret police prisons that Amin shows the full extent of his cruelty. His torture chambers become legendary. Among other atrocities, prisoners are immersed in boiling water, forced to beat each other with hammers, and made to eat bags of salt until they nearly die from dehydration.
Many dictatorships resort to using torture because it ensures compliance. It actually also serves a purpose of psychologically affecting the victim quite extensively. that they won't ever again attempt to challenge the regime.
The consolidation of power is brutal. This government is born in an orgy of blood. Because it's purging of all elements which he thinks could challenge his hold on power.
Amin makes sure everyone in Uganda understands the price of disloyalty. Public executions become a common event.
He wanted to send a very clear message to his opponents that no disloyalty would be tolerated.
Anyone who threatened his power was almost a death sentence.
Ordinary people in dictatorships want to rebel, want to bring the regime down, but they are facing a gun, a loaded gun, and they will be killed. Many of them will be killed if they rebel.
Ugandans from all levels of society come to learn that they're being watched, and that opposing Amin means risking your life.
Everybody in Uganda, members of the armed forces, police, and the public, they are responsible for my security. And immediately they hear anybody making subversive activities or try to plan anything against me, they report that person straight to the police. This is what I am happy because it seems that they love me, and that's why they are doing this, which I'm very happy, and I thank them very much.
Throughout his rule, Amin's murders never stop. The killings cut across all sections of the population: the army, farmers, students, clerks, even religious figures. In many cases, Amin orders his victims' corpses to be thrown into the Nile, where they become food for crocodiles.
My own house in Jinja, I had a farm on the other side, and I would see dead bodies floating across the river. Many people died during Amin's time.
In the 8 years that he was in power, almost 300,000 people were massacred. In fact, that number, according to Amnesty International, is cited to be as high as 500,000 people.
Amin's violence will remain the central pillar of his dictatorship. But he knows he cannot rule through fear alone.
Dictators are very careful. You know, we talk about indiscriminate acts of violence as a strategy that are used by dictators, but there is a tipping point. Dictators do not want to kill everyone. You don't want to create so much state repression, so much violence, that you actually end up instigating a rebellion from within or a revolution from within.
For his next move, Amin will offer the carrot, not the stick. In an act of crowd-pleasing populism, he will give his people what he believes they want. It's a move he thinks will win him their undying loyalty.
In the beginning, there's been a lot of fear, repression, purges used, arrests, and of course, fear is a big part of it. But no dictator can survive with just repression alone. They have to cultivate some form of popularity.
Amin wants to demonstrate that he can give the people a better, more prosperous life, especially among his base, the millions of lower-class Ugandans who have been stuck in a cycle of poverty since colonial times.
People have a need for stability. They need to feel like they're taken care of. And that's something that dictatorships provide. They want to ensure that the masses feel that there's a need for this dictatorship.
When Uganda became independent in 1962, for most people, nothing much changed.
Amin has a radical idea to give black Ugandans real economic power for the first time. And to make his plan work, he will use a classic dictator's tactic.
If you want to bring people together and you want to give people a sense that the dictator must be in power because he is a savior or a guardian of their interests, then creating a common enemy is an extremely effective strategy. Now, in the case of Idi Amin, that common enemy stemmed from Indophobia, which was very common at the time, and it was directed towards the South Asian settlers in Uganda.
South Asians were first brought to Uganda by the British in the 19th century to help run the colonial economy.
The British believed that the Africans weren't really capable of carrying out these economic positions, running shops and small businesses. In effect, the Asians were running pretty much all the Ugandan economy.
By 1972, Asian Ugandans make up less than 1% of the population, but they own 90% of the country's businesses. By targeting Asians and their role in the economy, Amin believes he can transfer power and prosperity to black Ugandans. It's a move that will provoke outrage around the world and define the rest of his dictatorship. On August 5, 1972, Amin orders the expulsion of Uganda's entire Asian population, some 80,000 people.
Would you like to get all Asians out, really, sir?
Yes, they must go to their country.
It was early August 1972, and we had the radio on, and we heard this thing about that Asian expulsion, and we were oblivious. We said, "Nah, it can't be. This must be some kind of joke or something."
But Amin proves to be deadly serious. The dictator gives Asian Ugandans like John Nazareth and his family just 90 days to arrange their affairs, close their businesses, and make plans to emigrate to a new country.
Panic. It was pretty rough. The less serious you took it, I don't know whether it was just a defensive mechanism in the mind to make light of something, because if you didn't laugh, you'd cry.
The world press condemns Amin for his drastic move, often resorting to caricature and barely veiled racism.
The reaction abroad, particularly in the UK, was to really make Amin seem a heartless monster, to make him the notorious dictator that he has become.
But for many of his supporters at home and across the African continent, Amin is seen as a bold, pioneering champion of black rights. In the end, more than 50,000 Ugandans of Asian origin are thrown out of their own country. Amin expropriates the Asian-owned businesses. He siphons much of the revenues to his government and shares the properties among his supporters.
Amin was the source of a future for so many people. Uganda had suddenly become a land of opportunity for its black population. He tapped into something big. I mean, this was almost like a social revolution, except it had been carried out from above.
The Asian expulsion remakes Uganda's economy, but in ways Amin had never intended.
The impact on the economy was disastrous.
It was a big disaster.
because the Africans who took over these businesses had no experience at all in the management of these properties.
Commercial supply chains, for decades controlled by Asian business owners, suddenly break down. Manufacturers can't get parts and raw materials. Unemployment soars. Store shelves are bare, and basic household goods like matches and sugar are unavailable.
Then there was a phenomenon of crime. These were burglars, these were bandits invading homes and stealing from people. It was on the rise, stimulated by the biting economic conditions.
The support that he had gained through the Asian expulsion was beginning to wane to ensuring a running economy or a rule of law. Amin had lost that credibility.
With even his most ardent supporters now questioning his leadership, Amin is facing the possibility of revolt. To win back popular support, he turns to another tactic. He will try to divert public attention away from his failed policies.
It's an important tool for any dictator. It's a way of distracting people from the transgressions of the regime, from the repression, from the poor policies. The economy was doing terribly. He was running the country into the ground.
Amin's plan is to turn the public spotlight away from the failing economy and train it on himself.
An important aspect about Amin is the theatricality of his personality, right? He loved to make a spectacle, a show of things, and he loved to ruffle feathers.
The dictator launches a public war of words with the outside world. He begins sending out a series of lewd and controversial telegrams, often to prominent world leaders.
One example of this would be when he sent the Queen of England a telegram telling her not to get her knickers in a bundle over something that he had done. The world were outraged. How can you send such an inappropriate message to the Queen of England talking about her underpants?
There's one telegram that he sent to Nixon, the US president, congratulating him after he had been impeached over the Watergate scandal.
He deployed irrationality as a performative tactic to try and get people talking about him. He loved a good show, he loved a good performance, and so by engaging in these sometimes over-the-top, outrageous behaviors, by sending these missives to various heads of state saying various inappropriate things, he was able to get people's eyes focused on him.
Once again, the world press scrambles to cover Idi Amin, framing him as an unthinking and unhinged despot.
These newspapers said, look, this man is crazy. He is a buffoon. Actually, they used the word buffoon.
But at home, many Ugandans set aside their concerns over the economy and thrill to the sight of their leader on the world stage, standing up to the West.
So when he projected himself as a critique of colonialism, as a protester against white domination, he received very high marks.
Part of the reason why many people have not taken Amin seriously is because of his antics. But I think we need to take these telegrams and these missives very seriously because they tell us a lot about the inner calculus of the political machine that was, Amin.
Amin manages to keep a tenuous hold on popular support. But by 1978, Uganda's economy is weaker than ever, and the dictator is facing an urgent problem. With his government nearly bankrupt, Amin's once loyal army is underfunded and increasingly out of control.
Amin created a hyper-militarized state. What he did is, over time, he created multiple different organizations that were responsible for various aspects of security in the country. As these groups were able to amass increasing amounts of power, they were not necessarily loyal to him anymore. And so eventually the militarism which had brought him power was what ultimately undid him.
In neighboring Tanzania, Milton Obote, now in his 8th year of exile, is watching closely. He rallies thousands of Ugandan rebels to join forces with the Tanzanian army and waits for the right moment to strike.
Increasing numbers of exiles were organizing in Tanzania, and they were getting more and more international support. So he was very much under threat.
Amid the crisis, Amin sees an opportunity, a way to shore up his crumbling regime and preempt Tanzania's imminent attack. He'll employ a risky tactic, one that's been used by other dictators.
This war was about trying to give the soldiers something concrete to focus on that was not going to get them involved in other business that they shouldn't be involved in, such as questioning the authority of the state.
In October 1978, Ugandan forces invade Tanzania. Amin's army, whose troops he can no longer afford to pay, loot and plunder their way across nearly 700 square miles of Tanzanian territory.
During the invasion, they massacred every living thing that was around. Reports suggest that it was complete and total destruction.
Amin's gamble on a war with Tanzania seems to have paid off. He declares a great victory. But he has misjudged the will of his enemy and the strength of his own army.
The Tanzanians weren't going to take lightly, and in fact, they came back full force and recaptured their territory, pushing Amin back into Uganda, pushing his troops back.
And so instead of fighting back, Amin's troops were very dilapidated by the end, a disorganized mess. And so it was very easy for the Tanzanian army, who at this point were very highly organized, to chase after Amin and his soldiers.
With his troops in full retreat, Amin barricades himself in his presidential residence in Kampala. On April 10, 1979, Tanzanian forces enter the Ugandan capital. Amin's war has proved to be a fatal mistake.
This entire episode, which stemmed from Amin realizing that he was losing control of his regime, led him to go on a misadventure and make a mistake. It was a huge misstep for Idi Amin because it led to the end.
Through a combination of populist charm and brutal violence, backed up by a vast police state, Idi Amin managed to rule Uganda and confound the whole world for 8 years. Now, it's all over. On April 11, 1979, with Tanzanian troops and Ugandan rebels closing in on his compound, Amin boards an army helicopter and flees the country. Millions of Ugandans, finally free of Amin's brutal rule, rejoice in the streets. But they must also reckon with what the dictator has left behind: a devastated economy and the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of their fellow citizens.
There are people who lost parents as a result of Idi Amin and have never recovered.
I lost my brother. I lost my sons. I lost my close relatives.
As Milton Obote returns to Uganda to reclaim his old dictatorship, Amin flees to the Middle East. There, he leverages his Muslim heritage to find refuge. Ultimately, he is given a safe and comfortable haven in Saudi Arabia.
Once Amin got to Saudi Arabia, he had a very nice lifestyle. The Saudi government put him up in a very beautiful house. He was able to marry at least 2 additional women. And so, by all accounts, it would appear that Amin ended his days without ever having to pay for the violence and devastation that he brought to Uganda.
Amin lived a long life and never answered for his crimes, dying peacefully of kidney failure in 2003. But ever since his downfall in 1979, the culture of violence and militarism that he created in Uganda has continued. The country has seen periods of relative stability and peace, but Amin's successors have all resorted to similar tactics to intimidate and control their people.
Every leader since Amin has relied upon military force to maintain power and to stifle dissent, largely because they have learned through Amin that violence is effective, violence works. The violence that was inculcated and supported by Amin's militarism is something that lives on as one of his most enduring legacies.
Next time on The Dictator's Playbook.
There's no country that exercises more power over its citizens than North Korea.
After hundreds of years of feudal rule and brutal Japanese occupation,
Kim Il-sung saw himself as the great unifier.
He was able to create a complete religion.
For the North Koreans, Kim Il-sung was a living god.
Controlling what they think, what they eat.
But it's lasted now for almost 70 years.
We had never seen anything like that in the communist world.
To order The Dictator's Playbook on DVD, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. This program is also available on Amazon Prime Video.